Good morning. Good morning, sup players. It is good to see you. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. I forgot that I had all of my stuff resituated and my camera was off and all that stuff because of court TV last night. Um, so it took me an extra 90 seconds to get everything back together. But we are here and it is Wednesday, August 20th, 2025, and we are going into day 2 of jury selection for Donna Adelson. This is going to be an exciting day. Let me get our only seal up, only state seal. I have a big breakdown for y'all that we are going to go over today. Let's see, open, oops, wrong button. Stop pushing buttons, Brandi. Let's try this again. There we go. I have a huge breakdown that we're going to do today. You're going to get all the details, like all the details. I spent a lot of time yesterday going through my notes, going back over all of the court documents, going over all of the things, so that we can have a big crash course in all things Adelson and Markel. There we go. Now, share screen. Share screen. Share. Oops. There we go. We've got a little spinning wheel. Why do we have a spinning wheel? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I have all of the details. So we will go over everything. Oh, I think I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. Tech problem Wednesday. Let me check. Need coffee. Oh, me too. Me too. I did have an energy drink at like 5 this morning. So we're just running off that. Caffeine and dry shampoo. I don't know why we have the spinning wheel. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this out. Figure this out. Gotta love a spinning wheel. More spinning wheel. Okay. Franny's had too long a vacation. She has to relearn how to stream. I've had a vacation from streaming for a while, yes. But not an actual vacation. We have actually been working a ton on the new podcast season, and I'm so excited for y'all to hear it. That will be all coming very soon. Good morning, juror family. Happy hump day. I'm lurking today as I am on vacation and have my bestie visiting, so I'm in and out while we are adventuring. That sounds exciting. Good morning, good morning. Is this where all the cool people hang out? Yeah, come on in, welcome. I'm going to adjust our court volumes so we can hear them when they come. Let's see how much we need to do it. Let's see how much we need to do it. It is so good to see y'all. Judge Everett in the house. Oh, look at him with his pink tie. I love Judge Everett. He runs a tight ship, and I appreciate that. Very different situation than Auntie Bev. Did they determine if it was snowing yet in this trial? Well, we down in Florida, so the answer to that would be no. Although this past year we did have snow here in Panama City Beach for the first time since '87, I think. I went live for it, so it's on my personal channel. Type problem would say, all right, hold on, let me swap. Let's see if we can try this again.
Stand at 64. My total that I wanted to get to originally was 100. However,
enough to track a
I
cat.
believe with both the morning session and the afternoon session, if we maintain the same progress, in all likelihood, we will hit that 100 or possibly even more. Once we've done that, we will be ready to proceed into jury selection on Thursday morning. The rulings that remain outstanding as to the defense's motion to suppress, the defense's motion in limine, the parts that have not already been ruled on, and the matter that was raised yesterday as to certain calls that the state seeks to admit. Those matters I am still reviewing. However, each party will have rulings on those matters before the jury selection with the group begins. If there are any topics specifically that you desire to inquire into that are related to the rulings. As to those matters, does either party need to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Right. We'll just await the jurors at this point once they're brought up. Similar process to yesterday. I will just confirm that there is no other person that needs to be excused for statutory reasons. And then we will resume with the individual voir dire of the prospective jurors. How many do we have, or at least are expected to report this morning?
I'm bringing up the final number, but she had 55 checked in.
Oh, right.
That is going to with all of them.
Very well. With 55 having checked in, some may be excused downstairs. We may have some additional excusals once again from the courtroom. And then we will proceed. What's that? Okay. If you need to use the restroom or take a break of any sort, please do so now before we get going. What's that?
Yeah, very quiet today. I've got
This is unrelated to all these wires that are set up in here, right? I am concerned, as always, with justice, but not to be burned up in a courtroom. Joey appropriately informed us all.
his laugh is so wholesome, isn't it? He is easier to hear in headphones, but sound booster up as high as it'll go. Oh my goodness, the people who never experienced the Karen Reed first trial will never know the joy of loudly questioning. What, if anything, are you doing? All right, and we're back to only seal. Have they picked any jurors yet? So what they're doing, they have sent, I think 60 something on to the next round. See if we can skip forward to where they're back. If they're back. Oh, there's old Donna. They've sent like 60-ish to the next round, which means they will bring them in tomorrow. They're looking for about another 40 today, I believe, and then they will bring them in tomorrow, and then tomorrow is when the actual jury will be selected from those 100 that they're looking for. So right now we're in like if this were American Idol, this would be like the preliminaries or whatever they're called, you know, where like you get a ticket to Hollywood. Like there were 60 of them yesterday, they got a ticket to Hollywood, so they got to come back tomorrow, and then they'll go through the voir dire. Right now, today and yesterday, they're basically kind of going through it where they are taking them into this like little side room like the chambers and asking them questions individually. Because think about it, you don't want to ask some of those questions that that they were asking yesterday. You don't want to ask those in front of everybody else. You don't want like somebody saying in front of the entire jury, jury pool, like, oh yeah, she guilty. Yep. My wife watches. I know all about this. She's guilty. Yeah. Like you don't want that. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. So, that is the situation. All right. 2 years ago, I'll get my years straight at some point, when we were going through jury selection for Charlie's trial, I believe when we got to that point, the point we're going to be at tomorrow, when they're asking the questions, if I remember right, y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, we're going to put that on screen for sure. We're almost there. We're almost to college football Saturdays, and we're excited. It's like so sad when summer ends, but then college football starts, so then we're okay. Last year, if I remember correctly, we were able to hear, we had feet finders, so we could only see their feet as they were walking up there. But we were able to hear them asking the questions. So it'll be more questions that are geared to, and I'm assuming that's probably how it's going to be again this year, so we'll have to see. But it's questions that are more geared toward, who each side is looking for in a juror, like what potential jurors they're looking for. This questioning that they're doing now is the preliminary. Let's weed out everybody who's like, yep, I follow it. Yep, I've listened to podcasts. Yep, I'm a 13th juror or a crime junkie juror, and I have been following this, and I can tell you, Donna's third grade teacher and why she, failed math. Like, we want all of those people weeded out, because those are the people who can't overcome their bias to be able to actually, get up in there and give a fair trial. Because look, personally, off the record, except for we're on the record because I'm live, off the record, I think Donna's a snake. Not gonna lie. I go into every trial, innocent until proven guilty. The issue with this one is we've been through so many trials, we've seen a lot of the evidence, and there is enough evidence that we've seen, in my opinion, to convict her. And that's without even her own digital data that will be coming in this time. That's without the jailhouse snitches that she's, allegedly offered to pay for testimony, allegedly. There's so much more that's going to come in this time around, and so many things that she's trying to keep out too, which we'll get to in a minute when I go over our big crash course recap. There's so much of that. So based on everything that has already come out, everything that we've already seen, and all of the evidence that has already been presented in open court, in my meek opinion with 0 days of law school, I feel like there is enough to convict her, and there is going to be enough to convict her. So while we go into everything, you know, with the presumption of innocence, we start with her being innocent and wait on the attorneys to push us to the point where we can no longer say she's innocent. They ain't got to push real hard here, y'all. We've been through this. This ain't our first rodeo here with the Adelson family, so we already know a lot of it. So it's gonna be interesting, and we'll go over a lot of that too. Did Wendy get immunity to testify? She sure did. So the way that works, she has immunity to testify as long as she is called as a state's witness, which means she will appear under the state subpoena and come in. They will ask her questions, which she has had to do now for every single trial. That's what they asked me about on Court TV last night, about, you know, her testifying and what she's going to say and all of that. And also why things are so awkward between Wendy and Donna. And I have my thoughts on that too. But the deal with Wendy is Donna wanted to subpoena Wendy to come testify as a defense witness. And Wendy was like, no, mama, I ain't coming. I'm not coming to testify for you, because if she does, she doesn't have that same protection. Whatever she says on the stand, if she's called as a defense witness, can be used against her. So if she's called as a state witness, Georgia will walk through, you know, the entire line of questioning that she's walked through before with her. We will hear about Paella. We will hear about, you know, her divorce, which is another thing that Wendy wanted to keep out. We'll hear about the emails that Donna sent. We'll hear so many different things. But Wendy will really be called in as a motive witness. She is going to lay the groundwork for everything motive related. That means that, you know, they'll have the emails where, you know, it's pointing out how negatively Donna feels about Dan, about how, you know, her calling him names, her involving herself in Wendy's divorce, and sending all of those emails saying, you know, like the most important thing about this is being able to relocate to South Florida to be here with us today. You know, she's even giving Wendy all of these arguments to tell the judge about, you know, like, oh yeah, tell the judge that your whole family is being impacted financially and emotionally because you can't be here. There's so many things that she said in those emails, and all of that will be introduced through Wendy. Georgia Cappleman she's a smart cookie, y'all. She knows what she's doing. This is not her first rodeo with the Adelsons either. So she has a very tailored, you know, line of questioning that she needs to go through with Wendy. Because of that, once they get to the defense, the way that the defense has to question Wendy is very limited on the scope of whatever it is that Georgia Cappleman brings out. Georgia ain't going to be bringing out sunshine and roses about how, you know, Wendy was, you know, a great mom and brought snacks to Little League. Like, she's going to be going over all of the things that lay that foundation for Donna being involved in the divorce, Donna being controlling, Donna being, you know, super, super aggressively angry toward Dan, all of those things, because those are all of the things that lay the foundation for the whole theory about how all of this played out. So the defense is like, whoa there, partner, that's not good enough for us. We want Wendy, you know, Donna's loving daughter, to come in and talk about other things as well. But she can't, because if she does, she doesn't have that same immunity. So she got that subpoena quashed, which is the right decision. I mean, this does not come down to a, like, who do you like better, Wendy or Donna? It's not about that. This is about constitutional rights. If Wendy is called to the stand, she doesn't have to say anything that will incriminate her. She, that's Fifth Amendment. If she gets called for that defense subpoena, she said she will plead the Fifth. So, they're not going to call her up there just to plead the Fifth. So they quashed that subpoena, and now her testimony will be limited to whatever it is that Georgia Cappleman asks on direct, and then the defense will be able to cross-examine her only on that scope. So that's how that's going to happen. All right. It was all about what Donna wanted. She didn't care that her grandchildren were left without a loving father. I said something about this last night too. I personally, I feel the same way. I think that Donna looks at, and I said this last night, I think that Donna looks at her children as an extension of herself. I think that she has kind of like that controlling nature. Obviously, she looks at her kids as an extension of herself, and because of that, she wants to control every little thing. And I don't think that she has the capability to say, you know what, this is what's best for the children. This is what's best for, or this is what's fair for this divorce. I don't think that she has that capability. I think that she looks at it more like, wanting to control it all. And then she frames her control as sacrifice. Like, I'm doing this for you. I just want what's best for you. But that's not really what she's doing. She's framing it as sacrifice, but she's really just trying to, control everything and be the puppet master, allegedly. Except for that's not allegedly, because we've literally seen the voicemails or heard the voice messages, read the emails. You know what I'm trying to say. So that is that. Total helicopter mom. All right, are y'all ready to go over our big recap? I'm going to put a banner up. So that I can mark the time. I'll put it in a chapter so that we know. And we're about to go over it all. Okay. All right. So let me get my, while we don't have anything happening in the courtroom either, let me get my little, chart out. So that you can see the visual of who's who while we are talking about it, because I think that helps. But I will keep my eye on the courtroom while we have this on so that you can still see it. All right. So let me move myself so that you can see everything. Okay, so this is the who's who of this whole situation. Obviously, down here we have Dan. This is the victim. His ex-wife, Wendy, her brother, Charlie, and their parents, Donna and Harvey. Charlie's former girlfriend is Catherine or Katie McBanawa. Her and Sigfredo Garcia were on again, off again for years. They have kids together. And then his childhood friend is Luis Rivera. So this is the who's who. All right, so Wendy and Dan Markel met on a Jewish dating site and were married in 2006, and they had 2 sons together. They separated in 2012. So in September of 2012, Wendy files for divorce. When she gets home, or when he gets home from a business trip, Dan finds the divorce papers, and he sees that Wendy has basically moved out, cleared out a lot of their furniture, and a lot of money. Like, she took, half the money out of the bank account. She took, he said in court documents that she also took money that she wasn't entitled to, things that were his from before their wedding, and even some family heirlooms, including a diamond that was in his family from, it was a Holocaust diamond, and refused to give it back. So a lot of bad blood there, but he was kind of blindsided when he got back from this business trip and saw that she had not only left for divorce papers, but had taken all of this stuff out, and it looked like there was no sign in his house for even, a place for his kids to be. Wendy, her brother Charlie, and her parents, Harvey and Donna, were basically determined to have Wendy and the 2 boys move to South Florida, where they were after her divorce. But Dan's like, no, I don't want my kids that far away. And they had a custody agreement that they had put in place, so they were sharing custody. And Dan did not want his kids to move all the way down to South Florida and be so far away from him. Wendy asked the courts to allow her to relocate the kids anyway. She's like, yeah, he said no, but hey, you want to step in and let me do it anyway? And in June of 2013, 9 months after filing for divorce, Judge Hobbs denied Wendy's request with prejudice, which means not only can you not take the kids and move to South Florida, but don't ask again. So in July of 2013, which was a month after that, the divorce was finalized by a marital settlement agreement. You would think that would be the end of it, but there was still a lot of litigation that was going on after that. So then Donna kind of gets involved. So after that whole situation, Wendy's parents, especially Donna, repeatedly tried to convince Wendy to coerce Dan into allowing her to move down to the Miami area where they are. Donna's like, okay, yeah, the judge said no, but maybe we can, find different ways to make this happen. Donna actually suggested that the family offer Dan $1 million to let the kids move down there. She and Harvey would pay a third of it, Charlie would pay a third of it, and Wendy would pay the final 1/3 of it. Donna suggested that Wendy threatened to convert the kids to Catholicism, knowing that Dan was very, very observant in the Jewish faith, and that the religious practices of the kids were a big priority for him. Donna also repeatedly talked bad about Dan to the kids and in front of them, calling him derogatory names, saying he's stupid and that she hates him, all this stuff. This goes on for a while, and the kids actually tell Dan about this. So Dan's upset. He files a motion to prohibit Donna from seeing the kids unsupervised, because he's like, look, she's bad-mouthing their father and saying all these things in front of them, and that's not cool. There was a hearing scheduled for this situation to be heard, but it was delayed. But that would actually never be heard, though, because within a couple months of that, Dan was actually murdered. So on the day of the murder, which is July 18th, 2014, Donna Adelson had set an appointment for the Geek Squad to repair Wendy's TV on this day. So Wendy was at home that morning for that. Dan left that morning and took the two kids to daycare. I think he dropped them off like 10 minutes before 9, and then he went to the gym. Dan got home around 11 a.m. and he pulled into his driveway. He was on his cell phone when he told the person he's on the phone with, he's like, there's somebody in my driveway and I don't recognize this person. The person who was on the phone then heard what sounded like a loud grunt, followed by what he said was like a muffled conversation in the background, but couldn't make out what was being said, just heard muffled conversation. Then heard what sounded like labored breathing, and Dan wasn't responding. So that was a bad sign, of course. The neighbor during all of this is at 11:02 a.m. on Friday the 18th, July 18th. The neighbor heard loud bang, some kind of loud noise, and looked out the window just in time to see a small silver or light colored car backing out of Dan's driveway. It looked like a small car, like a Prius. So the neighbor goes to check on Dan and found him like slumped over in his car and called 911. The police finally arrive and Dan is slumped over in the driver's seat of his car from apparent gunshot wounds to the head. He's taken to the hospital and he later dies from his injuries. Now, police find Wendy, his ex-wife, at a local restaurant and took her to the Tallahassee Police Department for an interview. She's in there for like 5 or 6 hours, but while she's in there, she made statements suggesting that the murder could have been arranged by someone on her behalf without her knowledge. She also said in that interview that her parents were very angry at Dan, and she thought that maybe someone could have arranged this murder on her behalf. Now, the interview, I think it also said like she said something about how she automatically thought that Dan's family would suspect her since she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her and Dan's children. She told police her brother Charlie joked about hiring a hitman to kill Dan, but it was cheaper to buy her a TV. She was like, oh yeah, well, it was not a tasteful joke, but it was just a joke. So he got me a TV instead of a hitman for a divorce present. Now, while in the interview room, Wendy actually called Donna, her mom, to tell her about what happened, and then asked Donna to call Charlie and tell him about it. But the call is odd. It's not like, oh my God, Mom, you're never gonna believe what happened. It was like very calm and like, hi, are you sitting down? I need to tell you what happened. It was kind of like, it's a strange call. It doesn't sound natural. And also what's interesting too, when she gets off that phone call, she says something to the police about like, well, my mom sounded surprised, so that's good. Like, oh, maybe it wasn't my mom who did it. That's not a normal reaction. And that's not a normal thing to say to the police, but yet here we are. She also told police, while she's pointing fingers, she also told police about her ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, who, by the way, is another FSU professor who also looks very, very similar to Dan. So she brings up Jeff and she said that Jeff didn't like Dan because Dan hurt her. So police are like, oh, there's a boyfriend that doesn't like Dan. Let's go talk to him. So Jeff Lacoste is brought in a couple days later and police talk to him. They were able to verify, though, that Jeff was like hundreds of miles away. I can't remember how far away, but he was hundreds of miles away at the time of Dan's murder. So it could not have been him. But while they got him there, he's like, well, while we're here, let's go ahead and I'll tell you some of my theories. So Jeff shares some of his own theories with the police, telling police to focus on Wendy's parents and her brother, Charlie. Smart dude, Jeff Lacoste. He's like, look, they hate Dan. I've never seen that kind of obsession. They hate him. Like, it's like their hobby to hate him. That's like their favorite thing to do is just hate Dan. He said that they were obsessed and it was weird. So he also told police that Wendy told him that Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 and was told that it would be either 15,000 or 50,000. He said it sounded the same. He couldn't really hear. But that she had specifically told him, yeah, Charlie looked into hiring a hitman and got pricing on it. He also said that when he actually visited Charlie with Wendy in like the spring of 2013, that Charlie bragged about being connected to some kind of Cuban criminal element. Now, this is especially interesting because Wendy mentioned in her police interview that Charlie had joked about hiring a hitman. So now here's Jeff that's like, yeah, she told me that. Like, that wasn't a joke. She told me that. And they're like, wait, what? Obviously, a lot of red flags. So after all of this happens, there's a memorial service held in Tallahassee for Dan on July 20th of 2014. Donna and Harvey actually talked to the lead investigator while they're at Dan's memorial service in Tallahassee. So they agree to contact him to arrange an interview while they're in Tallahassee before they go back to South Florida. Now, the next day, that lead investigator calls Wendy's cell phone and he's like, hey, Wendy, what's up? It's me, lead investigator. And then all of a sudden she's like, what? I have a bad connection. Can't hear anything. And then hangs up. I don't know if that's, that was dramatic reenactment, but basically she says she has a bad connection and then the call ends. But her connection was apparently good enough to call her lawyer because less than 5 minutes after that call with bad service ended, the attorney for Wendy then called that lead investigator back and said that Wendy had already left town with her children and parents, and they were already on the way to South Florida. He's like, yeah, I don't know when they're going to return. I don't really have a date, but if you need anything else, then contact me for any further questions. So Wendy's like, bad connection, and the lawyer's up. Donna and Harvey left Tallahassee without speaking to the police like they had promised they would. And since then, not one person from the Adelson family has contacted Tallahassee PD or asked about the investigation. That's another red flag. Also, in July of 2015, Wendy even changed the last name of her children from Markel to Adelson. She says that this was for their own safety. She said on the stand that Nancy Grace had put pictures of her children up, and I think she said that their faces weren't blurred out, so the kids were going back to school, and she was concerned for their safety, and she thought, that the name Adelson would be safer for them than the name Markel, so she changed their name. That's her story, but here's the thing. She also removed her oldest son's middle name, which was honoring Dan's grandmother who had died. So to me, it doesn't seem like she was doing it for their safety. It seems like she was trying to remove Dan and the entire Markel family from, like, remove all strings from anything. So let's talk about the investigation. The police began to look for basically whatever they could find, right? They checked video surveillance from the gym where Dan had gone that morning to work out. So they're looking at the surveillance in the parking lot, and they see a silver or light green colored Prius enter the parking lot after Dan. While Dan's inside, the driver of that Prius moves parking spots, but never actually exits the car. That same Prius is seen on video following Dan around and into his neighborhood that morning after he left the gym just before the shooting. They could see the Prius follow Dan basically throughout the morning, and they matched the description of Dan's neighbor saying, you know, yeah, it was this light colored, you know, car, maybe like light color silverish, whatever, looked like a Prius. That Prius that they saw in the video, of course, matched the description that the neighbor had given, saying, yeah, I saw this car backing out of the driveway right after the shots were fired. So police created a tip line and released images of the Prius, and they asked anyone with any kind of video surveillance, like, hey, did anybody's Ring cameras catch this? Did anybody see anything? You know, anybody that saw anything, anybody knows anything? If you have anything, contact Tallahassee PD. A tip comes in from someone who saw a Prius type of car in a parking lot. He said 2 guys got out of it and started walking down a path that is like behind his apartment complex. That path parallels a storm drainage ditch that is at, like, it comes out to the rear property line of Dan's house. The driver, he said, was like tall. Hold on. We have something happening.
Mr. Burler, if you can join the other journalists, we're going to seat the respective jurors on this side.
Time out. Good morning. I'm right behind, but who suspects their own family of a murder plot and volunteers this information? Volunteers it pretty much right away. One of the first ones they suspect, one of the first ones she mentions. Crazy, right? Beat finders. Oh, those were cute jeans. You know they're gonna be flip-flops in Florida. My niece Presley is watching. Everybody say hi to Presley. All right, that was it. Feet Finders is over. Hey, Chat Daddy. Okay, so we'll get back to our little recap while they're not doing anything else. Okay, so there was the tip that came in. The driver of the car, the person from the apartment complex called and was like, hey, there's 2 guys that got out of this Prius and started walking down a path behind the apartment complex. That path parallels a storm drainage ditch that backs up to the rear property line of Dan's house. The tipster said that the driver was like tall and thin with a fair complexion, and the passenger was a shorter, stocky guy with a darker complexion, maybe like Italian or Spanish descent. So if you look at Sigfredo and Lewis, that's kind of their description. Sigfredo is like taller, thin with a lighter complexion, and then Lewis is shorter and stocky with darker complexion. So that kind of lines up with that. Now, the tipster said the guys went walking down that path by the storm drainage ditch, and when they got back to the car, the passenger had a black object in his hand, and he was completely wet, as if he had fallen into the drainage ditch. The driver, his pants were wet up to his knees. So that also looks bad. But time passes, no arrest. On the 1-year anniversary of Dan's murder, the police released a new picture of the Prius that they believed was driven by the killer or killers. Now, at some point, they had obtained videos from 2 city buses that caught the Prius with, like in the videos, with timestamps. In the windshield of the Prius, you can see a SunPass transponder. SunPass is our toll system down here in Florida, but there aren't really any tolls here in the Panhandle. Most of them are in like central and southern Florida, not in Tallahassee. So most of us up here in the Panhandle don't get the SunPass stickers for our windshields. Going back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Okay, but let's try again. Good morning to all of our prospective jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in Leon County for the Felony Criminal Division. You have been summoned here today as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during the jury selection process that I will be reading to you today, or if you are instructed to return on Thursday. This is not because I do not wish to have a normal or free-flowing conversation with each of our prospective jurors, but rather any instruction that you are to receive on the law during this process must be specific and it must be uniform according to our Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah.
And for the record, I'm going to note that Mrs. Adelson is present in the courtroom with her counsel. I believe downstairs you were qualified this morning. Was it Judge Ashenofi Richardson?
Yes.
All right. Everyone remembers speaking with Judge Ashenofi Richardson earlier this morning?
Yes.
She is very warm. She is very loving. It's hard to forget her. However, I am going to confirm with what has already been discussed this morning that everyone here is properly capable of serving as a juror and whether you may be excused for any statutory reason. When I go through the following questions, please raise your hands if you are answering yes to any of the questions that are being asked. First question, is everyone here at least 18 years of age or older?
Yes, sir.
Older.
I see all hands, unless there are 17-year-olds trying to sneak onto a jury. Very well. All prospective jurors have answered the question in the affirmative. Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America? Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands accordingly, answering the question yes. Is everyone here a resident of Leon County, Florida? The jurors have answered in the affirmative by raising their hands.
Leon County is beautiful.
Does everyone here possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles or you have executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve. Once again, hands have been raised in the affirmative for all the prospective jurors. For the next series of questions, I will need you to raise your hands as well if any of these questions pertain specifically to you. Has anyone been convicted in a state or federal court of a felony crime or a crime of dishonesty, and you have not had your civil rights restored to you? None of the prospective jurors has raised their hand to this matter. Is anyone at the present time under prosecution for any crime at all in either a state or a federal court? No prospective juror has raised their hands. I'm also going to go briefly through the basis or the multiple bases in which you may be excused as a juror as a matter of statutory law. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if this applies to you. No hands have been raised. Is anyone an expecting mother or parent responsible for the full-time care of a child under 6 years of age? No hands have been raised. Is anyone 70 years of age or older? No hands have been raised. Oh, all right. I will address you at the end. I will just ask you to form a line in the aisle for right now if any of these questions apply to you. You can go ahead, sir or ma'am, and just get into the aisle. I will address you in just a few moments. Has anyone performed state jury service in the last year? And what I mean by the last year is August 20th of 2024 to the present. I do not see any hands that have been raised. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here will create a hardship for them?
I have to tell you
No
something about that in a minute.
raised in response to that question. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending a high school, any state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? No hands have been raised in response to the question. Lastly, there is one additional one that I must inquire about. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before your reporting date, which would be today, for your summons for jury service? I do not see any hands that have been raised in response to that request as well. You may approach, the parties may approach as well.
Okie dokie. I like him so much. I really do. All right. Speaking of sea urchins, do you know that I just now pulled the final sea urchin piece out of my foot? Maybe 3 days ago. It was a big one too. I mean, it was like a big one. Me and Chat Daddy both took a picture of it. I've been pulling sea urchin spines out of my foot. It was, I think, babe, if you're still in here, when was it? Like, what, Friday, Saturday? Something like that. Yeah. Crazy. It was buried so deep in my foot. It was like the final one. It was buried so deep in my foot, I couldn't get it out. It was awful. All right. Terrible. We'll get back to our recap real quick while we are in between. I'm trying to fit it all in while we're in between everything. Unless they come back. And then we'll swap back over. Okay, so where were we? The bus, right? The Sun Pass transponder. So yeah, so here in the Panhandle, we don't really get Sun Pass stickers for our windows because we don't have a lot of. Oh, they're back again. I'm gonna have to keep like.
The first thing that we're going to do today is to discuss what you may know about this case. This case has received publicity, and there has been a related case that was tried nearly 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you don't need to know what others may know concerning this case. Before we start that questioning, I'm going to give you some important instructions today.
We know so much.
Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror for this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked or selected for this jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in the case. You must also warn people not to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or about the case itself. This includes face-to-face communications, phone or computer communications as well. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages, about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or seek any advice or assistance on how to decide the case if you are selected as a juror. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused as a juror. Avoid the newspaper, television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green colored Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also read to you now from the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18 of 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBenoit and or other persons to commit first-degree murder, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBenoit, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment that I have just read to you are not evidence, nor are they to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the statement or the fact that an indictment has been filed. It is merely informing you of the accusations that have been made by the state against the defendant. We are now going to talk with you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused after the screening has occurred. Others may be retained to return on Thursday to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or a variation thereof. Number 1, what do you know about this case?
So much.
Number 2, what sources have you obtained this knowledge from?
Me.
Number 3, based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence?
Yes.
Number 4, can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom? Can you be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Number 5, do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for up to 3 weeks? It will save us a lot of time if you think about these questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when you are called back. One specific thing that we're going to discuss with you individually is the time frame of this trial. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start Thursday afternoon and continue from there. In total, we expect the trial will last for up to 2 weeks after jury selection has been concluded. From today until the end of the trial,
Judge
it may
Everett.
be up to 3 weeks. We understand that it is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again to do something like a trial of this length and nature. However, I understand for some of you, this may not be possible given the circumstances. To give you some more information about what serving in this case will involve, you will not be sequestered during the trial. What that means is you will be capable of going home and returning the next day as you would normally. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work a little bit longer based on the witnesses' schedules.
We've been doing this all morning in
I will do
between.
my best to adhere to a regular schedule. Please give some thought to whether you will have any major problems, including a physical problem, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror for the 3-week period that we are discussing. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. You are to follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Please do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, as well, while you're in the courtroom, you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. You may read on your phones. You may use the magazines that have been provided for you as reading material. but you are to sit in silence while you are waiting to be screened. The bailiffs are going to be here to ensure that no one is speaking to each other about the case or any other matter while you are waiting to be screened. If the parties can please come to the jury room, we will begin with the process.
Alrighty. All right, they're going back there. So let's finish our little breakdown of everything, and then we can start stalking the reporters who are giving us information about the juror questions and who all's heard of everything. Alrighty. All right, so SunPass. I think this is the third time we've gone back to the SunPass. The SunPass transponders it's our toll system down here in Florida, like I said, and there aren't really any tolls here in the Panhandle, so those of us who live here in the Panhandle don't really have SunPass stickers on our windshields. So that made police think, maybe that car isn't from around here. So they ended up pulling the Department of Transportation records for SunPass, and they looked for any Priuses that were heading into the Tallahassee area around the time of the murder. So there ended up being, like, in all of the SunPass transponder virtual system, there was like less than 10 Priuses like that. But there was only one account listing a Prius that had passed on Alligator Alley on I-75 twice. Once the day before the murder, and then once the day after the murder. So that's, oh, close up. So that's, of course, got their attention. The car was linked to a rental car company in North Miami. They were able to get the rental contract for the car. It was rented on July 15th, which is 3 days before the murder. And it was rented until July 21st, which is 3 days after the murder. On the contract, it was rented by somebody named Luis Rivera, and his phone number was listed. So they were able to confirm his identity, and they realized, oh, this dude is a leader in the Latin Kings gang, or Aladdin Kings if you're Rushbaum, which is really big around Miami. So they're like, this is a dangerous dude. On the rental agreement, there was also a second number that was listed, and it had the word brother written beside it. That number was tied to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Luis and Sigfredo are two, like, childhood friends, and Sigfredo also has a record and a history with the law. So this is huge because now they have two names. So then they start connecting the dots. Everything has a digital footprint, right? We know that. We've watched enough trials to know that. We are aware how this works. They pull phone records, bank records, location data, and they pull the GPS for that actual Prius, that rental car. On the day that the car was rented, it was taken to the home address of Katie McBanawa, who was also a contact in the phone records of Sigfredo. Katie and Sigfredo have 2 kids together. Oh, where's our, hold on, I'll give you our, here's this, so you have it. Katie and Sigfredo have 2 kids together. They have had an on-again, off-again relationship for years. So the car was taken to her house. Cell data shows that Luis, Sigfredo, and Katie all met at Katie's house in Miami before Sigfredo and Luis left for Tallahassee to commit the murder. The car traveled to Tallahassee, and it was at an address that appears to be a hotel near North Monroe Street after midnight on the 18th, just like 11 hours before Dan is shot. Sigfredo and Lewis's phones are also hitting the towers nearby this area at this time. Cell data puts Lewis and Sigfredo in the area of Dan's house around the time of his murder. So they're from Miami, but cell data shows they're up there. Lewis had a bank transaction at an ATM in Broward County on the 18th around 6:45 p.m. So this is as they were returning to Miami. The ATM video shows Lewis driving the Prius, and the tag number on that video matches the tag number on the rental agreement. So all of this is tying them together. The rental car was back in Miami at Luis Rivera's girlfriend's house the day after the murder. Now, Sigfredo and Katie had been in contact like 2,700 times between May 1st and July 19th, which was the day after Dan's murder. But on July 19th, suddenly Sigfredo's phone ceases all activity. Another red flag, right? Sigfredo and Lewis somehow both purchased cars and motorcycles after Dan's death, which isn't suspicious at all. And then Katie started getting checks from the Adelson Institute, handwritten and signed by Donna. So this is the first connection that they're seeing to, or this is like the first connection to Adelson to Donna. The memo area in those checks was written like it was, each one of them was written for like a 10-day period, and she would get them every 2 weeks for like $407.58. Now, this began in September of 2014, and it lasted at least through April of 2016. And while she's getting these checks every 2 weeks from the Adelson Institute, investigators say she wasn't actually working there. Now, Charlie had said that, you know, the checks are there because she goes in and cleans on the weekends. And he's like, you know, well, I just assume she does it. I don't ever see her. I'm not there on the weekends. But investigators say she was not actually working there. Now, her phone records, Katie's phone records, also show her connection to Charlie Adelson. And it turns out they were dating. Police now have a connection between the murder and the Adelsons. Katie also had a lot of cash deposits after Dan's murder, like more than $56,000 on top of those checks that she was receiving. In the 6 weeks after Dan's death, Katie deposited more cash than she did, just in that 6 weeks, more cash than she did the entire year before that. And she also had a Lexus that she was driving that was registered to Harvey Adelson and had been previously driven by Charlie. The title for that was signed over to her in January of 2016, and the records show she gave $1,700 for it. So at this point, it is now April 2016, coming up on 2 years since Dan's death, and no arrests. The FBI is all up in this at this point, and they decide to use an undercover agent to approach Donna, kind of bump into her on the street, and then bring the situation up to see if they can get them talking. He approaches Donna and he hands her, like, it's like a press release of Dan's murder. And there's a phone number for her to contact. And he basically says he wants $5,000 because he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katie. And he said his family member also needs to be taken care of since they handled that situation up north as in Tallahassee. So they run into her on the street. All of this is recorded. You can hear the audio. You can see the video. It's taken from across the street. So Donna's like, oh my God, you scared me. Oh my God. So the FBI then listens in on calls where Donna contacts Charlie and says she needs to meet him about some paperwork that she was just given that involves the both of them. So she's saying, hey, you know, this dude just talked about how, you know, like there's a press release of Dan's murder. Hey, this involves the both of us. That's pretty incriminating, right? But she says she can't discuss it over the phone. So they talk about meeting and if Charlie needs to bring cash or not. And he wants to know if there was a threat or if police should be contacted. And Donna said that's not a good idea. Now, if somebody approaches me on the street like, hey, you need to give me $5,000. Here's, remember how your son-in-law was murdered? You need to give me $5,000. A normal person might be like, hey, that's not good. Maybe I should call the police. But no, not Donna. She's like, nope, don't call the police. That's a bad idea. That is what they refer to as the bump. Yes, this is the bump. So they're talking about it, and Charlie and Donna tend to talk in code on the phone because they think that helps, but it doesn't. It just makes them a little more guilty. So when Charlie asked what it's about, Donna said, this TV is probably about 5. So here we go with the TVs again. Charlie asked if they asked for 5,000, and Donna confirmed. So here's the thing with them talking in code. This isn't the first time we've heard the TV. Remember, the TV is cheaper than a hitman. And the TV guy was coming to Wendy's that morning of the murder and all of that. So the prosecution thinks that TV is kind of a code for murder. So Charlie then meets up with Katie, and their conversation is recorded. He's heard saying, this guy is going to be a big problem, and, she better have him killed. And if she can't, then he'll find somebody to do it. He also says something about if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. He speculates on if this is just a way to get everyone talking. He makes the analogy like, you throw a smoke grenade and everyone comes running out talking. He mentions carrying a gun on him. And he even makes a comment that he would shoot someone if they came up to him. Because when the police show up and see an oral surgeon and a dead gang member, he's like, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'm an oral surgeon. If they find a dead gang member in my driveway, they ain't gonna mess with me. Little did he know. So after the meeting, Charlie calls Donna back and he's like, don't worry, I'm handling everything. Donna's shooken up and she wants to be notified when it's all taken care of. So at this point, Katie tries to pressure Sigfredo to call that number that was on the paper and figure out who it is, because the person actually mentioned Katie. So she wants Sigfredo to call the number and figure out who it is. He's like, I'm not calling that number. Finally, he agrees to do it, and he tells Katie that's not even a working number. But apparently he lied. He never actually tried to call it because the FBI did verify that the phone was working and no calls ever came in. I think he just told her that to shut her up. Charlie and Katie end up communicating mostly on WhatsApp after this. So there's not a lot of their conversations on this point that are on record, but there are messages where he tells her that he's talking to his parents, which is interesting. He doesn't say Donna. He says parents, as in Donna and Harvey. He says he's talking to his parents about everything, and he tries to get Katie to come to Donna and Harvey's building to meet with them. But eventually they end up meeting somewhere else. I think it was like a marina or something. So everybody's all stirred up, right? So the agent ends up sending another message to Donna, and once again, she gets all worked up, and she calls Charlie, and he agrees to come by the next day. On the way there, Charlie calls Katie and says there's a new problem, as in new communication, and they may need to meet later that day. At this point, it's May 5th, 2016. When Charlie gets there to meet Donna and Harvey, they go to the Icon. So they meet up in the pool area, and they're like huddled in the corner, like whispering and talking, but nothing, there's no audio of what was said. So Donna ends up calling the undercover agent back, and she denies knowing anything about anything. She's like, I don't know who did it. I don't know who murdered him. I don't have any idea. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a grandma. But he pushes her on it, and she's like, she even says, she's like, I talked to 12 of my friends to get, advice, not the police, but she talked to 12 of her friends to get advice on how to handle this and, what to do. And she wishes she could help, but she really just doesn't know anything. But he pushes her on it, and she's like, I'll call you back. I think the call lasts about 8 minutes. Then she calls Charlie. Apparently, she had recorded that call with the undercover agent, and she tells Charlie about it. She doesn't say, hey, I recorded this call. Again, she's like speaking in code. it seems like Charlie eventually figures out that this whole bump situation and this person who's contacting her is probably the police, and he calls Katie, and he's talking in code to Katie, and he talks about a CD that he wants her to listen to, which they believe is referencing this recording that Donna has made. And he referenced Potbelly Pigs, and the prosecutors say that that is his reference for the police. And Katie's like, oh, that's not good. So everything's kind of closing in on them. In May of 2016, Katie and Sigfredo go get burner phones from Walmart. Police were trying to talk to them, so they like panicked and left their house. They had a couple people go back and get some of their stuff and get their dog, but Sigfredo is actually taken into custody during a traffic stop. Lewis is also arrested, but he tells police, he's like, I don't know anything, and he denies even being in Tallahassee, but he doesn't enter a plea at that point. Sigfredo pleads not guilty. His trial is set for November of 2016. Lewis demands a speedy trial, which is set for October, 3 weeks prior to Sigfredo's. But before that happens, in September, Lewis and his attorney come in for a proffer, and he tells the police a few things. So now he's starting to fill in the details that they didn't know. He says he's known Sigfredo since they were kids. He said Sigfredo told him about a high-dollar robbery in Tallahassee that he wanted him to join him for, and that Sigfredo didn't tell him that it wasn't a robbery, it was actually a murder, until they had already left for Tallahassee. He said that Sigfredo offered him $30,000, and or I think it ended up being $35,000, and he told him that there's a woman with 2 kids who wanted her ex-husband murdered so that she could have full custody of the kids in Miami. He said that it was Katie who presented this offer, and the total payment for everything would be $100,000. So it was going to be $40,000 for Sigfredo. I think it ended up being $35,000 for Lewis, and then the rest for Katie. He said that they went to Tallahassee with a long barrel .38 revolver, a short barrel .38, and a colored picture of Dan with the address. They followed Dan around, and Lewis would later show them the routes that they took. But that trip that they took was not successful. They weren't able to pull it off because they lost Dan when they were following him. So they ended up going back to Miami. So first attempt to go up there and assassinate him didn't work. About a month later, they rented the Prius and then returned to Tally. And okay, this part kind of reminds me, you know, like the Wet Bandits on Home Alone, how they were just like kind of a shit show. This kind of reminds me of that. Sigfredo apparently accidentally discharged his gun when they were in the Prius, and he shoots a hole through the floorboard of the Prius. Super smart. The car started losing power, and they realized that Sigfredo had actually shot a hole through the gas line. They were able to fix it and keep it moving eventually. But when the police found the car later, they searched it, and they actually saw that the fuel line had been spliced back together, and they saw the hole in the floorboard. So this is all more stuff that just confirms that what Lewis is telling them is true. Now, the morning of the 18th, they followed Dan, they pulled in his driveway, and Lewis said that Sigfredo got out and walked up to him and shot him twice in the head. The two then left Tally to go back to Miami. About an hour after they left, Sigfredo let Katie know that it was done. They pulled over at a bridge and a waterway somewhere along the way back to Miami and disposed of the gun. And he said when they got back, Katie brought a package for Lewis that next day, which he said was a stack of $100 bills stapled together. Now that part you're going to hear in the trial a lot too, because there's another girlfriend of Charlie's named June and a former friend of his that both confirmed that they had seen Charlie keep his money stapled together like this. Who staples money? Weird. But anyway, So Lewis tells them all of this, right? Katie is arrested for Dan's murder on October 1st. 4 days after that, I think is what it is, Lewis accepts a plea deal. He pleads guilty to second-degree murder, and he is sentenced to 19 years, but he's already serving federal time, so that 19 years will run concurrently with the federal time he's already serving, and in exchange for that, he has to testify against the others. So after this happens, now both the hitman and Katie are arrested, and Charlie is like, oh crap, this ain't good. So he starts becoming kind of unhinged. He's like putting security cameras up everywhere. He's very paranoid. He probably knows that he's next. So it's not a good time for Charlie Adelson. Now, then the trials start. Sigfredo and Katie are tried together. Sigfredo is convicted and sentenced to life, but it's a hung jury at that point for Katie. Because of COVID, it takes about 3 years before Katie is tried again, but when she is also convicted and sentenced to life. Now, the month before Katie's second trial, Charlie is also finally arrested and also charged with Dan's murder. Police were able to clean up that audio from his meeting with Katie at Dolce Vita, the restaurant, and they were able to hear his incriminating statements, and they figured that's good enough for an arrest. So they move in and arrest Charlie. Now, the judge orders Donna and Harvey to come in for questioning since they're both on the witness list for Charlie's trial. But the attorneys agree to drop them from the witness list less than a week before Charlie's trial, so Donna and Harvey don't have to come in. His trial starts October of 2023. This is more than 9 years after Dan's murder, right? 9 years? 14, 23. Yeah. So Katie was offered immunity for her testimony before her trial, and she turned it down. If she had testified against Sigfredo and Charlie in the beginning, she would have had immunity, and she turned it down. I know she has got to be kicking herself for that now. But after her conviction, she pretty much surprised everyone, and she turned state's witness and testified against Charlie, which means both Katie and Lewis testified against him and pointed at him as the one who basically orchestrated this whole thing, the maestro. After only 3 hours of deliberation, Charlie is found guilty. Then we start moving into Donna. There are phone calls between Charlie and his parents right after the verdict, and they are not good for Donna. There's this one call. She thinks that the phone call is over. Charlie's gone. It had disconnected him somehow, but the line is actually still open, and it's recording her as she is talking to Harvey and some other people in there or at her house or wherever they were with her. Now, she talks about getting everything together, like wills and trust and all of these things. She wants to get all this paperwork together and make sure that her grandkids are taken care of. And she talks about finding a country that doesn't have extradition laws. She basically wants to evade U.S. law and avoid arrest. She mentions Vietnam as one of those potential countries. She also references a call with Dan Rochbaum, Charlie's attorney, who apparently let her know, look, Donna, you may be next. And she even says something about how the police may get her at the airport, but at least it's worth a shot to try to get out of there. Then she starts talking about Wendy. We talked about this last night on Court TV. She's talking about Wendy. She's mad that Wendy hasn't even asked about Charlie. She says that Wendy doesn't seem to care about any of them. She says something about how, basically Wendy used them as a babysitter for the kids when they were younger, but now the kids are older, so Wendy doesn't need them. And this frustrates her. She's like, look, every time Wendy calls needing something, it doesn't matter what we do, what plans we have. We drop everything. We cancel our plans, whether she needs us to do, this or that or babysit or whatever it is she asks. We drop everything and do it for her. And she doesn't even call. She doesn't even come see us. She doesn't, care anything about us. And she had written these text messages to Wendy, and she's reading them to Harvey and whoever else she's with. And she says in the text to Wendy, everyone looks to protect you. I bet you've got a lot to think about. Now, this is right after Charlie's conviction. That sounds pretty incriminating, right? So the day after Charlie's convicted, Donna books a one-way ticket for her and Harvey to Vietnam, a non-extradition country. She is arrested by the FBI at the Miami airport trying to board the plane to flee the country, and she is indicted for Dan's murder. Now, a lot of the evidence against Donna is thanks to her digital trail and recorded calls. For example, Lewis and Sigfredo, when they arrived in Tallahassee, they got here around, I say here, I'm a couple hours down the road, but anyway, they got to Tallahassee around midnight, which is about 11 hours before they killed Dan. There's a long list of phone contact from that day. Like Sigfredo calls, or I think Katie calls Sigfredo around midnight, and then Charlie and Katie have a couple of calls between them, between like midnight and 12:30, which, that's when Hitman arrived in the area. It was right at 12:30. Now, when they get off the phone, Charlie then calls Donna. By this time, it's 1 a.m. Then early that morning, around 8 a.m., Donna calls Wendy. So there's a bunch of calls back and forth between all of these alleged conspirators. Charlie to Wendy, Charlie to Donna, Charlie to Katie, Katie to Charlie, and a ton of calls almost back to back leading up to the time Dan was shot and for about half an hour after it. Now, Sigfredo's phone had no activity from the time they were in the gym parking lot around 10 a.m. until almost 12:30, which is when he called Katie to tell her it was done. A couple hours after Lewis and Sigfredo make it back to Miami, Katie leaves her place and goes to Lewis's. She and Sigfredo and Lewis are all together based on their cell phone data when she contacts Charlie by phone. She left home and went to Charlie's, where she stayed until the next morning. Now, Katie said that while she was there, Charlie was armed and like acting frantic. And he told her, this is part of what goes against Donna, he told her that his parents, Donna and Harvey, had just left, and they left money that his mom had washed. This checks out because Donna texted Charlie around 9 o'clock that night and was like, hey, I'm outside of your house. And in the trial, like, he denied it, and he was like, yeah, I didn't see her. She just meant I'm outside your house, like, oh, I'm just passing by. BS. But that's his story. He was sticking to it. Now, Katie said that Katie said during Charlie's trial that the money was damp and moldy, like it was physically washed. Like, he said they left money that his mom had washed, and she was like, yeah, it was damp and moldy, like it was actually physically washed. I don't think she understands that's not how you clean money, but whatever. So anyway, it was also stapled into stacks of $1,000. Despite all of this, Donna and Charlie still both maintain their innocence. Since her arrest, Donna is not a fan of jail life. Not a fan. She has complained of cruel and unusual punishment. She says that her rights are being violated in Leon County Detention Center. She also doesn't like that the jail menu is all carbs. She files an emergency motion to have the jail stop subjecting her to her current conditions of confinement. And she even requests like house arrest. She says that when she was being transported from Miami to Leon County, she said she wasn't given water or a bathroom break for like the first 4 or 5 hours, and that caused her to be shaky and dehydrated, and they had to call paramedics to arrest stop so that she they could help her because she couldn't even stand or move. When she got to Leon County, she said she was placed in solitary with a dirty blanket and a mattress on the floor, and she had to eat her food with her hands. She also said that the jail staff were very rude to her. She is denied blood pressure medication sometimes. She can't shower sometimes for days at a time. There was one time when I think the nurse practitioner, whoever it is that's giving out the medicine, was going to give her her medicine, and she was like, I can't see your face. I need to know for sure that you're a medical professional. I don't know who else it would be, but whatever. And I guess the person like kind of mocked her for that and was like, who do you think you are? I'm on this side, you're in there, you're a murderer, whatever. So she said since then they've all been cruel to her. In the first 2 weeks that she was there, she said she was only able to call Harvey once for 5 minutes. So she asked the judge for relief from that and house arrest. And that motion was, of course, denied. Donna's trial was supposed to start in September of 2024, but on the first day of jury selection, everything came to a halt, and her attorney, Rashbaum, who also represented Charlie, had to withdraw because of conflict of interest. So now here we are with a new defense team getting ready to get all of this underway. Now, this trial has gotten messy, and here's why. Donna wants to keep out a lot of stuff. One of the things that she has asked to keep out is the divorce file of Wendy and Dan. It's like 560 pages, and she says the vast majority of those documents have no relevance. And she's like, I wasn't even a part of their divorce, which, I mean, bruh, you kind of made yourself a part of it. She also says that they're just wanting to introduce this divorce file to support the false narrative that there was a bitter custody battle. So that's, the divorce is a huge part of the prosecution's case, and Donna wants it kept out. Now, she also filed a motion for the storyline of Wendy's book. She wants the storyline of Wendy's book kept out. This was a topic in some of the jail calls between her and Charlie too. Charlie said that, you know, Wendy wrote this book basically talking crap about Tallahassee and being stuck in this podunk town on her way to the big city of Miami. And he said it gave the impression to these Tallahassee jurors that, oh, Wendy thinks she's better and smarter than all of us. And he said, you know, that's not great for the jurors to think or feel that. And Charlie mentioned that a couple times in some of the jail calls between the two, and, you know, was a little bit bitter about how the book was used to make the jurors dislike Wendy, is what he said. Now, Donna's argument is that Wendy wrote that book, you know, but that's not necessarily a reflection of how she felt at the time that Dan was murdered, about being stuck in Tallahassee or whatever. But that motion was denied. That is coming in. She also wants that phone call that recorded her after Charlie was disconnected and she kept talking. She wants that kept out. That motion was denied. She wanted Judge Everett, who I love, disqualified. That motion was denied. She wanted the venue moved. That motion was denied. She wanted to prevent anyone in the trial from interpreting her emails, interpreting her recorded phone calls, and interpreting her text messages. I don't remember seeing the ruling on that one, actually, but I don't foresee that being approved. I don't know. She wanted to subpoena Wendy to testify, her daughter, but Wendy doesn't want to, because she said that she doesn't have immunity if she testifies as a defense witness, only as a state's witness. Wendy said she would just plead the fifth and not testify for her mom. So the judge did quash that subpoena, siding with Wendy and the Constitution. Now, the topic of the Latin Kings also came up in her filings. Donna wants to be able to say that she was scared of the Latin Kings and retaliation, and that is why she acted so weird after the bump. I think Charlie said he didn't even know who the killers were at that point, or that they were connected to Latin Kings at the time of the bump. So if I'm remembering that right, so I don't know how that's going to work, but anyway, she wanted to be able to say that. And I think that the prosecution is saying, you know, being in the Latin Kings isn't relevant or whatever. So that was part of it too. Something else that's interesting. She wants to keep out the testimony of Sarah Yusuf, I think is how you say it. Sarah was one of Wendy's friends, and she overheard Donna saying some stuff about Dan after his murder. Donna allegedly said, you know, oh, they're talking about Dan like he was a beloved professor, but you know something, he was a jerk. And Sarah overheard this and was like, that's weird, because Dan had just died. And she said that it conveyed like an outsized and inappropriate anger, especially considering Dan was gone. It's not like he's, you know, he can't bother anybody ever again. Like he's, you know, and it's not normal to speak ill of the dead, especially right after they've been killed. Sarah and Wendy are no longer friends, and Sarah has said she believes that Wendy, Donna, and Charlie are all guilty of conspiring to have Dan killed. So Donna wants all of that kept out. She also wanted Stephen Webster kept out. That's Dan's divorce attorney. And then there's the motion to suppress the jailhouse snitches. So there's a jailhouse informant named Drina Bernhardt and one named Mickey Easterwood, aka Mickey Lang. Mickey Lang said that Drina was talking to Donna. A lot of this is based around Drina. So the thing with Drina, she was apparently talking to Donna and Donna was telling her things. Drina had talked to the police and was like, and the police told her, they were like, look, you can tell us what she said, but you can't go in there asking questions because you can't act as an agent of the state. You can't dig for information. Like, we're not sending you as like an undercover to go, you know, hey, go see what she says. You can have normal conversations with her. If she tells you something, you know, yeah, you can tell us, but you can't go looking for information. And so she was having conversations with Donna, and then she gave information about things that Donna had said, to the police. But then there's Mickey Lang. Mickey Lang was like, I heard Drina talking, and she was asking questions. So Donna's like, you can't use any of that against me because she was asking me questions and she was acting as an agent of the state. So Donna wants it kept out. Bernhardt also said that Donna called her jail daughter. And the informant saying that Donna offered to pay for witness testimony. So a lot of that has been sealed and redacted in the court filings. And even when they talked about it yesterday, you know, they did it behind like, not behind closed doors, but you know what I mean? Like not off the record, whatever it is, like sealed behind whatever. However you say that. So that's all of that. That's your crash course on everything Donna Adelson. Any questions? I need water. Another funny fact, Tallahassee is a beautiful place, and the Adelsons mock the area. Tallahassee is gorgeous. It is beautiful. There are these beautiful live oaks with Spanish moss hanging down. I said yesterday, like, it's our state capital, but it's a small town. It's not, you know, big city. But it's beautiful. It is a lot of people think when you think of Florida, think of beaches. And, you know, look, here I am. I'm on the beach. It's beautiful. Love it. But that's our coast. But like inside of, you know, Florida is like, it's just a totally different vibe. It's a totally different world. And it is beautiful. It's like so many small towns. Miami's like its own, you know how like in Georgia, like you either are from Georgia or you're from Atlanta, but you're not from both. That's how Miami is. Like you're either, you know, like you're from Miami or you're from Florida, but you're not from both. It's like two different worlds. That's kind of, you know, so Miami doesn't count. The rest of it is like you have like the Florida with the beautiful, you know, live oaks with the Spanish moss and the, you know, marshy areas and lakes everywhere and just nature and gators and beautiful stuff everywhere you look. And then there's the beaches, which are also incredibly beautiful, but it's two very different kind of worlds. And Tallahassee is like that Florida that has all of that just beautiful small town nature. Oh, it's beautiful. Tallahassee's gorgeous. And yeah, they make fun of it like it's you know, some podunk hick town. Yes, thank you. I was searching for in Chambers. Thank you. It is like South Georgia. You know, it reminds me a lot of South Georgia. Actually, Chat Daddy and I were just talking about this, about how because I was talking about Savannah. I love Savannah. And we were talking about how that had like, you know, the Spanish moss and the cobblestone streets and just the old town Southern charm. And a lot of it is, you know, that is how Tallahassee is. A lot of the Panhandle is basically like an extension of, you know, southern Georgia and southern Alabama. It's beautiful. Miami is its own world. Hey, hun. Thank you. The jailhouse snitch is kind of confusing. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where we see them a lot in trials. You always kind of have a little bit of apprehension on what you believe, what you don't. It's like, okay, this is what they're saying, but you still need to corroborate what they're saying with other stuff. It's like, are they saying this to get a better deal on something else, or are they saying this, you know, because they actually heard this? So anytime stuff like that comes out, you always want to kind of like look at what the motive is and if there's anything to corroborate it. So, you know, we'll see. Is Harvey expected to be at the trial? You know, he wasn't at Charlie's, but he was at the hearing for Donna on Monday. So Harvey may be there. He may be there. So much happening. Very in-depth crash course, but all the things you need to know. All right, let's look and see what's happening. Yeah, Harvey is not charged with anything, and Wendy is not charged with anything, but here's my thoughts. I think Wendy's next. I do. I think that they need Wendy's testimony in order to bring in the motive and all of that information. If they charged Wendy, they're not going to bring her in to testify against Charlie and Donna and whoever else. They need her information. They need her testimony. They need her divorce stuff. They need the emails that Donna sent her. They need all of that stuff to lay the groundwork for why this whole thing happened. And if they charged her, she's not going to testify. She's going to be like, no, not taking the stand, not saying anything incriminating, not doing anything. So I think she's going to be next, but I think that they needed to use her before they charged her. I know that a lot of people are like, wait, why are they doing this one by one? But I think that it's kind of the way it had to be done. With Charlie, they not couldn't. You know, you only get one shot at this. So you have to make sure that you have enough to convict. Because if you don't have enough to convict and the jury's like, you didn't prove it, you don't get another shot. Even if more stuff comes out, you don't get another shot to try to prosecute. So the Dolce Vita conversation that they had, they didn't have enough good audio on that to where they could actually hear a lot of what he was saying. So it wasn't until they had somebody that was able to clean that up and enhance that audio so that you can actually hear him talking and hear what he's saying, that they were like, okay, now we have these incriminating statements. Now we have enough to charge him. Now I feel, you know, comfortable pursuing these charges and bringing him in. So I know that's why they waited on him. Wendy only has immunity with the things that she says on the stand. What that means is she can still be prosecuted, but anything that she says on the stand, any testimony that was elicited from her testimony, like under the subpoena, all of that is protected. So that means like, hey, we already have all of this stuff and we're bringing you in to question you about this stuff so that the jury can hear it. If you let something else slip that we didn't know while we're questioning you about this stuff, we can't use that against you if and when we ever bring charges against you. So it's like, hey, we have all of this stuff and this looks bad on you. and we're going to bring you in and make you talk about it. But all this we already have. Anything you say on top of what we already have, you're protected from. So anything she says on the stand that leads to new information or something they didn't know before, something that, you know, can help them piece anything together, all of that stuff is protected. They cannot use that against her. But it doesn't mean that she has immunity from prosecution. Wendy is not a bright lawyer. I can't remember what it was, but when she was questioned in the Charlie trial, she didn't know what it meant, like hearsay or something. Yeah, she, being held in contempt, she said something about, I was thinking that yesterday. I was like, what was it? It was contempt. They had asked her, you know, what being held in contempt meant, what that would result in. She was like, oh, I don't know. Bruh, you're a lawyer. How do you not know? I only play a lawyer on YouTube and I know what contempt is. Like, how do you not know? So she says, I did it. She's protected from it. Yep. Because she's saying it under a state subpoena. Crazy, right? All right, so let's see what's happening in the courtroom. All right, so Judge Everett said that they have 64, I said it was 60 something, I didn't know, 64 potential juror finalists so far. And he expects them to reach at least 100 by the end of the day. Some 55 potential jurors checked in this morning, so they're in good shape with that. The real jury will be chosen from the list of finalists tomorrow. Court started with the prosecution asking to bring in evidence of Wendy Adelson changing the names of her children from Markel to Adelson. We talked about that in the crash course earlier. The judge said he would take the matter under advisement and review it during lunch. It sounds like the defense said there was no relevance, so we'll see. Donna has been very engaged in helping her defense and was writing notes when the jurors were being questioned. Imagine that! Donna wanting to be in control. What? So surprised. There are 51 prospective jurors seated in the jury box and gallery this morning. Prosecutors were smiling softly, the defense studying them intently. One potential juror said, wow, when he turned and saw the assembled media. So, let's see. It looks like 2 of the prospective jurors were older than 70, which under state law means that they could be excused without another reason. One older woman says she wants to stay, as does an older man. Civic duty. They're like, no, we got this. We good. Let's see. All right, so let's go through some of the juror questions they've asked so far, or jurors that they've questioned so far. Juror number 103, or 3, enters. She's a middle-aged white woman with glasses. She says she knows nothing about the case. The judge says, can you be fair and impartial? Number 3 says, yes. Judge rules number 3 will be back on Thursday. He warns her not to seek out media information. Juror number 4 enters. He is a young black man. He says he doesn't read the news and hasn't heard the name Donna Adelson before. Is there anything, the judge asks, is there anything that would prevent you from serving? Number 4 says no. So, juror number 4 is to return on Thursday. Off to a good start, guys. Juror number 5 enters. He's a younger white man. He says he's read some articles, but not recently. The judge says, how did you see this? Number 5 says, for work, I monitor the news, but I haven't heard Donna Adelson's name. The judge says, can you be fair? Number 5 says, I think so. Judge said, think so? Number 5 said, I can be fair. Yes, sir. Number 5 said, I have some appointments, including a doctor and an exterminator. All of it can be rescheduled. The defense asked, do you regularly read Florida Politics or Sunburn? Number 5 says, yes, but I haven't come across other articles. So, juror number 5 will return on Thursday. Juror number 6 enters. She's a young white woman who says she's seen some headlines on social media. The judge asks if this was several years ago. She says yes. The judge says, do you read The Democrat or watch TV news? Number 6 says, no, but I see news on social media. The judge says, do you know the Adelson name? Number 6 says, yes, but no deep dive. Number 6 says, I'm not sure if I would be paid during the process, but I do work for the state. So the defense asked number 6, the headline you saw, what was it? She said, on Facebook with an FSU logo, and it said professor killed. She said she did click on it and has seen the name, but didn't click on those. The judge said for her to ask her employer if she will be paid, if it would cause you to not pay bills, you will be excused. So she's got to ask that. Hi. My niece, my sister-in-law. Ask your employer if it will be paid. If it would cause you to not pay bills, you will be excused. So number 6 remains in the pool and will report back tomorrow. Number 7 is a young white man wearing a simple white shirt. He says he only knows what the judge read off today, but his parents have mentioned it before. He said, my parents said my jury duty might be about this, he says. His parents apparently mentioned it last night. His parents are going to be so excited. If his mom's in here, hey girl, call us. The judge says, can you be fair? Number 7 says yes. The judge asks about hardship, and he says, I have a baby shower for my best friend's first kid. I will be the godfather. Congratulations, number 7. That's a big opportunity. That's a big deal. The judge asked, can they handle this without you? And he chuckled. I love the word chuckle. And number 7 said yes. The defense asked, do your parents follow local news? And number 7 said yes. So number 7 is to return. All right. Moving right along. Juror number 8. Juror number 8 is an older Asian woman with a light jacket. I told you I was cold in that courtroom. The judge asked, what do you know? Number 8 said, I watched WCTV 2 days ago and Googled to find out about the case. The judge said, do you have an opinion? Number 8 said, no. The judge said, you hesitated. Number 8 said, well, she was accused of hiring the gunman that shot the professor. I am aware, but I don't have an opinion. The judge said, would you disregard what you learned? Number 8 said, I believe so. I can follow the instruction. The judge asked, can you be fair to both sides? Juror number 8 said yes, and will return tomorrow. Donna Adelson remained very engaged and was studying the jurors and writing notes. The process was moving much faster this morning. Feels like procedures have been refined. Let's see. That's all from that one. Let me see who, if anyone, has posted anything else. Donna Adelson and her attorneys were taking notes. Let's see what else. That's all the updates I see from there right now. They're off to a better start today than they were yesterday, though. Remember, yesterday it was like everybody that was asked was like, yeah, she guilty. She guilty. Trying to see, scrolling, searching, looking. Trying to see if there's anything else I can find in here. I don't see anything. If we find anybody else that's giving updates, we'll look. Oh, that's interesting. Can you imagine the betrayal Donna feels from her own daughter and her jail daughter? It's too poetic. Yeah. Actually, you know, it's interesting because those jail calls where she's talking to Charlie, like you can tell like she's upset. You know, she feels, I think she feels like she, you know, I said this yesterday, or last night on Court TV. I think that Wendy has tried to control the situation in order to, you know, pull all the puppet strings, do everything she can to get what she wants out of everything and, like, you know, get her way from their divorce and make it to where Wendy and the kids can move down there. I think she's gone through so much, and obviously that's a huge risk, a risk that she took, and you know, she's now paying the price for that. But I think that she has done all of this in a way that she then frames it as, look what all I'm doing for you. And like, she feels like Wendy owes her. Like, look what all I've done for you. And Wendy is trying to distance herself from all of this and trying to protect herself from being a part of all of this because she sees this Adelson ship sinking and she doesn't want to be a part of that. So I think that now Donna is like, look what all I've done for you. Look what all I'm having to go through for you. Look what Charlie's having to go through. All of this is done to protect you, and you don't even care about any of us. One of the things she said on that dropped call was something about how, you know, she expected Wendy to be like, you know, oh my gosh, are you okay? Like, I'm so worried, like this is such a hard time for all of us or something. And she's like, she hasn't reached out. She don't care. She doesn't ask. So I think that she feels like Donna's kind of going into victim mode. Like, look what all I've done and you don't even, care, and you won't even come testify. And, it's kind of wild to watch. I think she definitely feels like Wendy is ungrateful. There you go. There's Lucy Cam. I feel sorry for Donna's grandchildren. They are right in the middle of this, or they will be. I do too. And, they're teenagers now, and to have all of this happening around you and, lost your father, lost your uncle, potentially losing your grandmother, maybe your mom is next. Having all of this happening around you, I can't imagine how difficult that must be. It's really sad. Wendy is behaving like someone who knew. You know what's interesting too? In those jail calls, Charlie and Donna talk about how, like I remember him saying, how guilty Wendy looked. And he's like, what are the chances of her showing up at the crime scene when there's all these other liquor stores that she could have gone to, but she goes to the one right by the crime scene. She pulls right up there, does a 3-point turn, right at the time that all of this is happening. And, she takes a route that isn't a normal route for that, passing all these other liquor stores to go to this one. And he's like, the jurors hear that and they're like, oh yeah, she's guilty. Like, that makes her look guilty. So if she's guilty, then Charlie must be guilty. Charlie, based on his calls, it seems like he feels like he is shocked that the jury found him guilty. Like, he was giving away all of his food thinking, all of his like ramen noodles and beef sticks, thinking that he was going to be coming home because the jury was going to be like, no, he's, he had nothing to do with this. And he seems like he blames his situation on Wendy. Wendy talking bad about Tallahassee and about, bad about the jurors in her book. Like, he said something about how she was like, stuck in this, they're hearing that she's saying, oh, I'm stuck in this podunk town with, like this little town on my way to the big bad city of Miami, and that she thinks she's better and smarter than everybody in there, and that's a bad look. And then how guilty she looks by going to the scene of where everything happened and all this stuff. Like, all of these things together, he said, make Wendy look so guilty. And he seems to feel like the jury feels a certain type of way about her because of all these things, and that's why he thinks he was found guilty. the thing is, okay, yeah, all of that stuff does work toward that. But it's his own words and actions and the testimony against him that makes him look guilty. How much calling Wendy happened in that call tree? I'm sure she knew, but she didn't seem to be in the call domino tree. She really wasn't. I mean, the call that morning from Donna to Wendy was like 8 o'clock that morning or whatever. But she seemed to be kept out of most of it. Here's my potential theory on that. Who's the first person people suspect when somebody's killed? The spouse. Especially if they're going through a dirty divorce or custody problems or anything like that. That's the first person. Like, as soon as somebody's dead, how many times are you watching Dateline? And as soon as, you know, like, oh, so-and-so was found lying on the floor in a pool of blood. It was the spouse. It was the husband. It was the wife. Immediately, right? Statistically speaking, I'm not making a good case here for marriage, but I mean, statistically speaking, that is what happens. It is generally the spouse. So if you have this situation, let's say, hypothetically, that she is involved, that she did know this was happening. If you are going to be the immediate first suspect because you're the spouse, it would be the safest thing for you to have plausible deniability. Like, okay, I know that this is happening. Don't tell me any details. I don't want to know details. I don't want to be involved. I'm going to drive by on my way to the liquor store on the other side of town. But don't tell me anything. Don't tell me, you know, plausible deniability, right? If you know you're going to be the first one on the radar, you want to try to distance yourself as much as you can from that. People aren't necessarily going to think, oh, I bet it's the ex-wife's family down in Miami. People aren't normally going to think that. Of course, people did think that and tell the police that here, but that's not normally the cop's first instinct. I think that she was intentionally kept out of things. I think she had an idea of, this is my just thoughts. I think that she potentially had an idea of what was going on, did not know any details, did not want to know any details because she wanted plausible deniability. So I think that she was left out of the call tree and all of that for that reason. Now, the day of the murder, she had a call with Donna at 8 a.m. And then she had 2 calls with Charlie. One was, I can't remember if the first one like wasn't answered or if it was answered briefly, like maybe a minute or whatever, something like that. But the first one was little to no conversation. The second one was like 18 minutes. She says that this was because the TV repair guy had spent 45 minutes there and was like, oh, it's cheaper for you to buy a new TV than it would be for me to fix it. Okay, well, first of all, duh. Like, I mean, like, do we not all know that? Is that not, like, duh. Have you ever considered having, maybe I'm wrong. Have you ever considered having a TV repair dude come out and fix a TV? You can drive your cell phone up to the Walmart and get one for $300, a big old screen. Anyway, so whatever. But that's her story. She's sticking to it. She had Geek Squad there. I think Geek Squad was there to give her an alibi. I think we all pretty much know that the cost of fixing a TV, just a basic TV, this is not like a, 4K round, is 4K? 4K is a thing, right? A 4K, 7K round HD, people reach out at you and grab you and it cleans your house when you're done. It's not one of those TVs. It's just a basic TV. Of course, it's going to be cheaper to, like, do they even have TV repair people anymore? I don't know. Anyway, so that whole thing has always bothered me. I think it's stupid. But yet here we are. I think she needed the alibi. She needed somebody who's not an Adelson to be like, yeah, she was here. Here's this documentation. I was there for 45 minutes so that I could tell her what the rest of the entire universe already knows, that it's cheaper for you to buy a TV, but whatever. So I think that that was specifically set up to give her an alibi because she was going to be the number one suspect. I'm about to Google it. How much does it cost? Average price to fix a TV. Screen replacement, because it had a hole in it from, she said, the kids. Screen replacement is generally between $400 to $1,000+ This can be significantly more. Cracked screens are often not worth repairing due to high cost. Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? We all knew this. You just needed an alibi. But whatever. Whatever. I don't think that... I think when flat screens first came out, like around like 2000, what? 2, 3, 4, 5, like when they were first, I remember like the very first flat screen TV I bought was like literally smaller than my computer monitors now, and it was like $300. Within a few years after that, like they were everywhere. So yeah, it was a 32-inch TV. So by this point, we're a decade into, I bought my first one. I remember buying my first one because I was like, I'm fancy. I'm fancy. With my little, like, I mean, literally my laptop screen is bigger than this now. But at the time, I thought I was super fancy. Also, I was like a broke college student and, so I, thought that like anything, more than, the cost of like ramen noodles and a 6-pack of Bud Light to me was, fancy and expensive. So I get it different times. But within, like, we're looking at like 10 years after that when they were everywhere. It's, I don't know. I have my judgy pants on today, but I just think it was stupid. I think she needed an alibi to get her little bitty baby TV fixed. And so that's why she had them there. I had a flat screen that someone literally asked if it was a computer monitor. Yeah. Like, and remember like the flat screens, like when they first came out, remember like they were like super heavy. Like it looks like it would be light as a feather, stiff as a board, super exciting. Just throw it around, toss it around, throw it in the trunk of your car. Whatever. It's not like they were heavier than like the big old box TVs that, we used to watch Andy Griffith on. So I don't know. It's not so much as getting the TV fixed, but on the day of the murder. Yeah, and remember, didn't Jeff Lacoste say like they were planning on going out of town? And she was like, oh, no, I can't go out of town because I need to make sure I'm back on, I can't be back too late because I have to get the kids on the 18th. She was supposed to get the kids on the 18th, which is the day he was killed, and they were supposed to come back on the 17th. And she like canceled their trip, and he thought that was so weird. He's like, why would you not want to, like, we're going to be back a whole day before. So I think everything around that was all very strange. That's right. And I forgot about that. Jeff testified he offered to buy her a new TV. I forgot about that. Remember the huge flat screens that they had in the 80s and 90s that were huge and boxy in the back, and it took 7 people to move, but it was so awesome because we have, yeah, like, felt like we were at the movie theater. Like, football games were all of a sudden more exciting. And yeah, they took up the space of like a king size bed, but it was cool because you had a flat screen in your house. Very fancy. And their pockets are loaded, so it doesn't make sense to repair the TV, right? She ain't hurting for money. She ain't, you know, cutting coupons for the Piggly Wiggly over here. She got money. She all right. Okay, that head is behind you again. I know it's a chair, but it looks like someone's sitting behind you. Ooh. Ooh. Piggly Wiggly, I don't think they even have coupons anymore. Just saying. Don't you know Jeff is so tired of this mess? Yeah, he is. He's a character. He's a character. I can't wait for those of y'all who haven't experienced the testimony of Jeff Lacoste. I can't wait for you to experience that. It is. It's a moment. It's a moment. He's a little off his rocker, but like, I mean, if you dated Wendy Adelson, wouldn't you be? He's like the way that he talks about her, he's like, what was it that he said when he's talking about when he started dating her? He was like, he said something about how he's like, she just, you know, has this way of bringing you in, and she like oozes sex appeal or something like that. Like, he's talking about her, and we're like to the point where like we're kind of all uncomfortable, like we shouldn't be hearing this, you know. It's but he's on it, doggone it. Like, I mean, he says something. When he was interviewed by police, like just 2 days after Dan was murdered, he was the first one. He was like, look, you need to look at her brother and her parents. And he was right. She was mesmerizing. Not quite as, you know, uncomfortable as, you know, Higgins, or especially Buchanan reading Higgins, but we're getting up there with the uncomfortability level. We need to make our own scale. Oh my gosh, we need to make our own scale. We need to have our own uncomfortability scale. Like, the top of it. What's the most uncomfortable? We're going to do this right now. This is, why have we not done this before? This makes so much sense. This is, I don't know why we've never done this before. This makes so much, this is, to do this. Home. We're about to make our own scale. This is going to be Amazing. This is going to be so fun. Okay. We're going to make our own uncomfortability scale. Okay. What's the most uncomfortable you've ever been watching a trial? I think Buchanan reading Higgins' text. That's what I think. All right. What do y'all think? This is all right. Like we're at like weed whacker level. Okay, so this is we're gonna do, this is like the most. Maybe not that one. Let's see. One, two, three, four, five. Five is perfect. Okay, group together. All right, so okay, so my absolute like worst. Hold on, let's do it like this. We're gonna go all out here because what else do we have to do? Nothing. All right. Elements. That one doesn't, that size doesn't work. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Wait, oops. We'll just throw one of these in for good measure. Okay. All right. I think that this is like, this is our level 5. Least has to be crash out. He's talking. Good one. Good one. That's a good one. Love the canon. Okay. Crash Eye is talking about the canon. Okay. All right, so that's our least. So we have our most and our least. Burgess. Oh, gosh. Burgess is probably right after. Here, I think we should group all of this together. We might have to like scatter these a little bit. All right, let's see. Oh, Burgess. Burgess in the LinkedIn. Okay. Mm. Yeah, that one was uncomfortable. Ugh. Um, what was the first year? Too big. Oh, wait. Oh no. What did I do? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh gosh. Ah. What is happening? We're making our uncomfortability scale. So like on a scale of Crash Daddy's Cannon to You're Hot, how are we feeling? Trooper Paul. Let's see. Oops. Oh. Oh, wrong button, Brady. You know he loves physics. Oh, I love to track a cat. Judd spreading out his load. That one would be like that one's like equal parts uncomfortable and gross. Loved me some snow pappy. I've never been on this channel before, and we make the best of our time when there's not a lot going on. Oh. Let's see. We're going to give him some sassy pants. There. All right. So here's our uncomfortability scale for our last trial. Now we'll get to make one for this trial to replace Oh, yeah. Devers. They were not. She was not a fan. Maybe, well, since he was technically in... Maybe we just need to make the scale bigger. There we go. We'll just add her in as an extra one too right there. So this is our uncomfortability scale. So on a scale of crash daddies to you're hot, when something happens during the trial, we'll have something to compare it to. Crime Junkie Jury, uncomfortability scale. An OnlyFans page? I have no idea. I haven't heard that, but I haven't kept up with a lot of the anything that's not like court record. Jen. We need Alan Jackson up there. Oh, Lucy. There we go. Now I can see it. All right, there's our uncomfortability scale. I've been listening instead of watching, just glanced at the screen and laughed out loud, scaring my baby. Scale is great. Hank is on a scale. Hank's on a lot of scales, but oh, Hank is, oh, Hank be hanking. I don't miss him. I don't miss him at all. All right, we're going to save this. Fringe scale. All right, we're saving it. So anytime something happens during this trial, we will What happened? Um, we'll replace stuff on our awkward scale. It'll be great. Look at Lucy. Speaking of awkward. I'll post it. I'll put it on Twitter or Facebook or something. Why is this doing this? Let's see. Hold on. Tech problem Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm very picky about how, oh my, tab share. Okay. All right. That's better. That's better. All right. Let's see if there's any more updates now that we've made our graphic and we're ready. Not really a whole lot yet. The trial daddy calendars. Yeah, that was, you know, it's funny. We started that in the very first trial that I streamed, which was Lori Vallow, when it wasn't, there was no video. It was only audio, and it was released at the end of the court date. And we had all different kinds of daddies. We had Detective Daddy was the very first one. He was the very first trial daddy. I don't see any more. See, there's one reporter who, when he's in that room, he's the one who does, he's great. His Matt Hoffman, WCTV. He's great. So definitely recommend following him. He's wonderful though. He gives all of those details. So then when he goes out of the room and gives somebody else a chance to go in there, nobody does it like him. Let's see if anybody else. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see any other reporters that are doing it minute by minute like he does. I love the way he does it. I love the way he does it. Oh yeah. Rob Adelson, people were talking about him testifying. He's the other sibling that is in, I believe he was in New York. Unless he's moved. He was in New York. Kind of like the normal one of them, I guess. Yeah, I don't think anybody else. I want him to go back in there. He gives us all the details. I like hearing all the questions he asked. We can see who else we missed yesterday after we ended. Donna Adelson is trending on Twitter. Of course. Sup, playa? All right, let me see if there's any from yesterday that we missed after we ended. Day 2. There was the physical therapy. We heard that one. Heard that one. Heard that one. Yeah, they're supposed to have the jury by tomorrow. They're expecting to start opening statements tomorrow afternoon. The only other thing that he posted yesterday was when it was done. There was one guy who said he didn't want to come back just for the chance of being on the jury because he has a boys' trip scheduled. So the judge ordered him to come back on Thursday when they will reassess. And he said, I'm told the judge has denied 3 or 4 cause challenges to potential jurors who did know something about the case. They remain in the jury pool and advance to Thursday, but no guarantee they make the final 12 plus alternates. So that's all I see so far. I don't know how many alternate. I believe in Charlie's trial they had 3, if I remember right, but I could be wrong. You know how we were talking about Jeff Lacrosse? Want to find his Lacasse, not Lacrosse. What did I say? Did I say Lacoste? I don't know what I said. I like Jeff. Poor dude. He's an interesting character, but yeah, he's but look, he had it pinned right from the beginning though, didn't he? I think this is all right. Let me change this. Share screen. All right. Let's watch this while we're waiting. This is the police interview of Jeff. This one's the one from, not the one a couple days after. This is the one from March of 2015.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you want to do. And
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
start at the very
Yeah.
beginning, however you want to do it.
I got
don't
some
mind.
notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down last few months. So I probably might end up in the Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression. And just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible. I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, you know, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, you know. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendy in fall of 2013. We have mutual friends, but a lot of our friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talk to a lot of the same people, you know, throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk to?
Well, the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens, there's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, like the Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met as through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendy?
Yeah, me and Wendy.
And who was the
person I introduced was a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendy. We just have a lot of like mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I mean, I came in here before, like, I thought Markel was a dick. I mean, that's what I had been taught by Wendy. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been heard describing Wendy as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
to you?
to other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, be careful with Wendy. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him, because it seemed, you know, you've seen the court documents. I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, you know. I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, you know. But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendy Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I mean, I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. I mean, that was one of the reasons I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. She's a very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights sitting and hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster, and Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive to that. I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts on a very good public face as this accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14?
March of 14, spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off. And this will make sense to why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that, you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So, but then when she went up there to SSRIs, it went from being fragile to being, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like...
Sounds emotionally stable.
The state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing when we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. Eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course you're going to have a minor thing, you're going to find out who this person really is, And she started devastating, and a couple of times I called her, she's very narcissistic, and a couple of times like, I'm here too, just basic stuff like that, but she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime.
Hold on, can we just talk about the fact that, number one, I'm thinking back to Jen McCabe going, she's a talker. That's number one. And also number two, he brought notes to make sure he doesn't leave anything out about how crazy she is. And I think that's very beautiful.
She starts coming off those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014?
2014, exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
So March 12th and 13th, you all in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
And that's for this retreat to
Yeah,
students?
Alternative spring break, yes. Yes, sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you?
She took me with her, actually, yeah. It was her, it's a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was, because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So,
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students?
They were, and it's some med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you've probably seen that. she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here, then go down with her every single time. And
She didn't travel on her own?
no, it was real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, you know. So February, March, yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's pretty.
This is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's, I think, a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, South.
Y'all hear that? Let me just rewind it for those of you who just now started paying attention.
But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, South America. Just.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers might consider incest in this family. There's violence in this family. Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendy and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me, he's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Okay, so imagine being this cop and being like, wait, come again? He does what? He takes what? He takes sex tours to South America? First of all, didn't even know that was the thing. Are there brochures? Like, how do you even find out about this kind of stuff? I don't know. I didn't even, no clue. Maybe I'm a little bit more sheltered than I thought. Didn't even know it was a thing. But not only does he do that, he is openly talking about it in front of his sister and his sister's boyfriend. Imagine being this cop and hearing this and being like, wait, what? First of all, sir, slow down, because I am pretty sure I'm not hearing you right. And then he has him back up and then he's like, oh my God, I did hear him right. Like, this is just really crazy.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit
ahead,
so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah, please.
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub
I'm in the hot tub.
after the Immokalee
Yeah, exactly.
retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with their brother.
Okay.
The first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very wealthy. He's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend that brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before you all got in the hot tub?
Not I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but
Okay.
It was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding
Yeah.
as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something.
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her? Or
Well, it not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just.
And that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange.
Okay. This is 20 minutes after he meets him. 20 minutes. So minutes. If I'm in a hot tub with somebody and I've known them for 20 minutes and these are the topics that come up, I'm getting up out of that hot tub. I'm getting up out of that hot tub and I'm hightailing it to anywhere but there.
Guys will talk to their guy friends, although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's,
right.
You know, so it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd.
You think?
So, fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is
Coming what?
coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my area. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the layperson can understand.
I understand. So yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have him help you get off. She did not do that. And she was dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She was on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird in that, you know, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression.
Depression.
She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage. Because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health, because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I flew to a trip to Chicago when I came back. I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May. We have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed, that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking, and she knew that. But
There's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no.
Oh, no formal legal
You
charge.
shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
Never,
for a
never.
complaint about it.
No, never. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything. I'm not worried about it. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
Right, because you see her there and she's with this guy and.
Yeah.
And you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy?
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time. And there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously. But she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. And in June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So Sack, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendy is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. When she was with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. So she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sack was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I've just seen her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. She into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. It feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but
Okay, this is the trip I mentioned earlier where they were supposed to go on a trip and she wouldn't go because she wanted to make sure that she was there, and this would have been on the day of the murder.
We're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going lantern in the winter. I'd understand. There's no way we're gonna get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything that would stop that. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendy Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? She goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendy wants, people laugh. I said, Wendy says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town, sure you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem. But that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but There's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second
please,
so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June. Yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased.
Had plane tickets
And
purchased.
she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that that date was that window of
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
but that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight, I find out about Danielle's sack. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We have people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was when we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we had the trip to St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period where Danny was shot.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman, I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. Usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were, okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket,
Oh,
but she told me she did.
same airline? Same
Think so.
flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually, but I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th
Exactly.
to pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or adjust the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer. So
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
Okay. All right,
So 3 different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July, or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine, because you know.
And she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the
I
calendar.
love St. Augustine.
And it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
What is early on Friday now?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was just going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon.
Which
Yeah,
is the time that
changed.
Dan was killed.
That was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me, we had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay, I remember that. She sent you an email or
Yeah,
something?
exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that, I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north
Right.
10 minutes after Danny showed up. So looks.
Okay, so that's the thing that's why he thinks that she was potentially trying to set him up as the fall guy, because Wendy was like, knew his plans, that he was planning on going to see his friend in Tennessee. He was leaving Tallahassee and going to Atlanta and then on to Tennessee. And he was supposed to be leaving around 10 or 11 on Friday morning. He ended up leaving early and didn't tell Wendy that, but he was supposed to be leaving at 10 or 11 on Friday morning to go out of town, and that's the exact time that Dan was killed. So he's like, oh, I think she was trying to set it up to make it look like I was the one who did it.
Suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Yeah, any questions you want to ask? I know I talk fast, and
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So, in June, these are just my impressions, but there was 5 or 6 times in June I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You at her house out on
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood Lane, yeah.
He's like, yeah, she's crazy and she's unstable and she's a floozy, but we had a great family life.
A nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close
Yes.
to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendy would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, what's wrong? And she'd say, nothing's wrong. Or make up some bullshit story. And she lied so much, it was hard to know.
She lied so much, it was hard to know.
In retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It was it wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react, you know? She made a choice, but...
That's late June.
That's late June. That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or two at a time. And I mean, Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates.
Okay, I think this is interesting too because he's talking about what a good liar she is. We've heard those emails where Donna is telling her like, hey, you're a good actress, I've seen you do it, I've seen you know, you need to put on the performance of your life. And then there's court documents where Dan is like, she lies like a lot, she's a liar. And so it's interesting that all of this stuff is even her own mother in the emails is like, it all comes down to Wendy being untruthful.
Against the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Daniel Sack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. You know, in the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, you know, not. But she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami, how terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee, crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay. I may have missed it.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale. And
okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, like, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way that, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she didn't. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that. At the time, trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, you know, he's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not my...
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
she just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely...
Where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013?
Yeah, 2014, yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what this might have even been? This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
Yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. You know, Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, you know? And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her, is, he said, you're a liar. You know, things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, you know, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. You know, there's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, you know, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. It seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
It's, I want to make sure I understand
yeah,
this completely.
please.
So, June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably, I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, you know, Charlie
Charlie did actually look into having him killed last summer.
last summer.
And he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said.
Wild.
I wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, you know, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her and Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies.
Okay. This is huge. What he just said is huge, and I'll explain why I think so. He's saying the way that Wendy lies, her pattern is that she tells part of a truth, but not the whole truth. She will give tidbits of reality, but not the whole thing. Think about in her police interview when she's giving tidbits of things, but not the whole thing. Like, oh, you know, my brother joked about getting a hitman. You know, they have more anger toward Danny than anybody else. You know, my mom, when I called her to tell her, you know, just hung up the phone and she seemed surprised. So that's good. You know, oh, I think maybe somebody could have done this on my behalf thinking it would help me, but I don't know who. I feel like the way that he just explained how she lies is exactly how her police interview went. And it makes me think that it just corroborates everything that we thought about her interview.
I'm sure you've got that on anyway. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high-stress situations, but gives you this half-assed version. Yeah. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is $15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There was nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I gonna do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know. You know. The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and it felt like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hale.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours, I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up by 75, in my head, I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world, and I felt at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June it felt like Wendy was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't she just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give you all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to
I
this right
understand.
now.
I understand.
Crazy. Hello. Love the grunt and texting.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate to say it, Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe
but-
we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's
are
in
you-
July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
He suspects
I
it.
can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault thing. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior?
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going, what's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together.
Yeah, on that cringe scale that we made earlier, he's like on the, that's like down closer to the, you are hot and the evolving graduation date.
Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, you know, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her.
Okay, also, what grown woman isn't allowed to drive 7 hours by themselves? Like, I've been doing that since I was... Okay, well, the first time I did it is when me and my friends went to New Orleans, but my mom didn't know about that. My mom's watching me right now, too, but you know about it now. And it's too late to ground me. But actually, in my adult life, I can't remember ever feeling like I'm not capable as a grown woman to drive myself, so my parents have to come get me.
The reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple of weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old. And completely fell apart when I said, you know, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's names all through it, so can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation, you know?
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and then his name's not very clever. I mean, it's just the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, you know? And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough. They ended up apologizing for that. Because,
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes, yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little embarrassing.
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's all I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahil and other men. Yeah, and I said, if we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know have license. I must be realistic here.
Right.
I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. And by the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. So I said, she said, you were just I was afraid in Amako you were going to be a jerk. I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. Just she's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her.
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th,
Yeah.
you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have a blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and
Yeah.
after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset.
Thank you, Will.
And I said, you know, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I've never seen that I've seen that from men, I've never seen that from a woman before. It was...
What kind of,
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at book club. I know you weren't at book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it?
She was, but I had, I mean, it was...
Okay, first of all, there's nothing wrong with getting drunk at book club, number one. Number two, I'm not a Wendy fan. I think that's been obvious. I judge her for a lot of things. You know, if she wants to be out partaking in floozy behaviors, do your thing. No judgment here. But I think the issue is that I think what he's trying to get at is that she's lying to him about everything and stringing him along, and he's feeling like, now looking back, that she was doing all this stuff and didn't really care about him, but was stringing him along, knowing what was going to happen so that he could be the fall guy.
It was strange because I'm not the one that did it. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, okay, Jeff, I'll just be simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, except one of the reasons I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy would be looking at us. I was like,
what are you doing there?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? That kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He's
something.
in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there where...
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He was
May of 2014?
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts.
Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
week.
prior to?
Well, I walked in on him having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee,
He was leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendy are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. And it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you had a water,
Yeah,
I want to drive it up, I'd appreciate it.
Oh boy. I bet he does have a dry mouth. And I love that he brought in all of his notes. Looking through. Skipping. Wait, hold on. What'd he say? Hold on. She did this. I haven't seen this in forever. I forgot about a lot of this.
Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that.
Just like, don't mind me. I was just sitting here talking to.
Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
All right, 27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville. You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay, and you at a hotel or something? And so, did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you know, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this
I
guy.
said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you
Yeah,
not?
but I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No, but I mean, did you place, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
The what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web. You know,
Okay.
she wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it, so she like lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just going to have to bear with me as far as, I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position,
Yeah.
she's demoralized,
Yeah.
whatever, and then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people, I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what you just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Special forces.
So, are you Charlie's friend on Facebook?
I was.
Okay, you were.
I was. I was until all this stuff happened, and then I befriended everybody that was associated with Wendy just to clean my life up.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook, a friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
By reputation. Yeah.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
Now, there's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page, though.
Okay. Do you have any of that saved?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. I mean, he's a big guy. He looked like a
Tattoos?
Tattoos, looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of Charlie's crew,
The inner circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And certainly Wendy talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, so.
But you can't recall a name?
I can't.
Nickname?
There's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying, but all stories like that, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other, so this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have interaction with this guy directly?
Never met him. Wendy talked about him periodically because she found him amusing. She'd met him a few times.
And what was?
He's crazy. I mean, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Daniel Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy that popped into my head. Like, well, that's got to be something that was looked at. I mean,
So you're basically putting this guy's face as someone who would carry out the wishes of Charlie.
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendy. Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building-to-building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why it popped into my head.
Okay, was there any, and we're just talking,
Yeah.
but was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No, not at all.
So it wasn't like, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that?
Oh, I think his reputation was of a combat-hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie, is some type of specialized?
He's a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that, he's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He's really good with women. He's one of those con man womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that like went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into.
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't. Okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here, as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July. I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May, you know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple, can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just two other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent, that's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th, is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going for right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah.
She's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on the date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I'm so distracted by this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on the bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed.
Yeah, for those of you who are like he's talking so fast and he seems so scattered, this is like unmedicated Brandi when there's something big going on. This is exactly how I try to this is exactly how it comes out when I try to relay things when I am like what's the word I'm looking for? When there's like too much excitement around it or whatever, and I'm like overly stimulated with everything, trying to tell something, I tend to talk too fast and I tend to jump around and can't like actually tell a cohesive, streamlined story, which is why I have to write out timelines and stuff when I'm actually doing a lot of this.
At the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendy, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on in a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she doesn't know how to. Danny's the only real relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she seemed to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Like, Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back
Okay.
at her house. Yeah, and Didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back home. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendy, and I told investigator Hilda, so I don't know if there's anything here.
Which also makes sense why he has all those notes, because he's not reading the notes. He's trying to look at the notes and then relay the information that he knows, the information that's in his brain, but he's still, because he's not reading the notes and he's, you know, referencing them, but then trying to talk about it, he's kind of overly scattered, and he's trying really hard to be clear. But I do the same thing. Like, that's why I have notes every time I have to look at anything.
Here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd locked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together.
So where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there at yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, you know, I love you. I don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not ideal.
So, I love you, and she goes, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I literally went, okay, and I just turned to leave, and I told Hill this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Get out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. This was bizarre. I was like, well, you know, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
And I'm going to read this aloud, so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean,
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right, you're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday.
Yeah.
Which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
You know, that was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's not all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where like.
But you're saying that, I mean, there was no more conversation about, this is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah, I could.
Is it like, this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family is rich. I mean, it's nothing.
No, I know, but
He's
what's,
got petty cash in his office.
okay, but was this like, this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it and it was gonna cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this
Yeah.
from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more
Yeah.
about it. I mean, you know, a statement like this, don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking
I
about?
got used to her craziness. That's
Okay.
okay, right? I mean,
All right.
she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendy says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit, you
Right.
know? I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself
Yeah.
up. I just want to make sure that you didn't, I'm just trying to get you to see, is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because that was right back to her and I.
Okay, all right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, you know, that's
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
something,
bathroom.
yeah, or the bedroom or something.
Comes back out, it's all,
And,
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that, you
Okay.
know, it was that kind of thing. So she sent me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on, I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well, and said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she...
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet. It's still up in the
That's
air.
right, that's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all...
On Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me, because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing
He
that
testified
dress.
about this dress.
And to me, it was...
Was this a dress that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture, because
What was the prior picture?
something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, I mean, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty in real life. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. no one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was a very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you know, you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar.
We may be having some activity in the courtroom. See what he's going to say. Trial date for Courtney Clenny has finally been set. We were just talking about this yesterday, for December 1st.
Report back up, but digital, I think, can cover that part.
I've been really into that one too. That's one of the ones I've been covering on Court TV too. That's
Are you taking care of
they
that?
set her court date today. It is set for December 1st. Courtney Clenny. She's the OnlyFans model who killed her boyfriend, and she's claiming self-defense. But
Just need to tell them on the time to report that. That's fine.
but the evidence doesn't really support that. The evidence we've seen, I should say.
Did you response to that, Aaron? Okay.
Let me put that on my calendar. I've been waiting on them to set that date.
Right, we'll come back at 1:45. I believe that should give an adequate time to have a break from there. I think as the jurors get rounded up downstairs, we'll go ahead and finish out the process as we described. Does the defense have anything to raise? We'll go into break for this morning.
No, Your Honor.
All right. If the bailiffs or the clerks can inform the state as to the time, I believe they stepped out before they heard it at 1:45.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess for this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, so court's in recess till 1:45. We'll keep Jeff talking.
If somebody was stalking with you, would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? It's real strange, especially since I never did anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I had any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
No.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. I want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I know. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
Crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I know. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work at FSU. I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot. She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's impossible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean,
He's not selling himself real well.
You guys, I know you can't tell me that, but she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me. I guess that this was really a possibility, and that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand, and that just struck me as incredibly strange and suspicious, very suspicious. And I just got a couple other things, and then I'll answer the questions you have. I talked to Hale, and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, I know you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was giving him a list of the men that I knew Wendy had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but clearly she talked to them about a lot, so it'd be worth looking at. And Officer Hale, or Investigator Hale, was very polite and kind to me, even given the situation. Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He said, we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but she doesn't hang out with degenerates. This is actually a contract killing. There's going to be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that you didn't even want to write down. So that's the one thing from the previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendy thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again? And
who was that?
To a Fran Gamori, who's a mutual friend. I was pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times since the crime, describes it as it's just a bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, that was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and by not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendy has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation how the guy get in, or I don't know the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys. So, and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you got access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. When she was just in town, she was cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off. She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing the bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because their father just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. When the Tallahassee Democrat ran the story, they put, must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Katz in the second row, sitting next to Stephen Tripodi and Frank Amori. She was telling people, like, why would he do that? He hates Danny. The man died. It doesn't matter what I thought of him. He died. He's my colleague. And then lots of strange and erratic behavior. She mailed me back every gift certificate I ever gave her. Just came in the mail with no return address. Started dating a woman that
Not the
Wendy
gift
knew
certificates.
tangentially. And once Wendy found out about that, she called her and made sure, I don't know what she told her, but that blew up on me. There's this aggressive component that people don't often see. And then when she was just in town last time, she asked Frank Amori, she's still painting me as a stalker. She said, do you think there's any chance I'll be giving my talk and Jeff Cass would come and maybe just attend the talk? Or Fran said, she's actually irritated with her. She said, why would he do that? You know, I actually left town while she was here because I didn't small time. I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her. So that's my list of things. And when I go through all that in my head, I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it.
Okay.
And I got a list of men here. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
I'll take your list if I can read it.
Yeah.
Also, I'll write it over again.
Can I just tell you? I mean, that might be easiest. It's not that long. There's 7 entries.
I got a list of men here.
These are
men that she was that she spoke about a lot, and I don't believe she would be honest with you guys about this sort of thing.
she spoke to you about.
Yeah, and or I knew she was at conferences with, and or I suspected she had sex with. I still suspect her and Charlie did this, but I know you guys have to look at everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's Dana Sack, there's Mehul Patel.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Sack?
Yeah.
S-A-C-K, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Mehul?
Mehul Patel,
It's raining men.
P-A-T-E-L. There's Miguel Edmondson.
Edmondson?
Yeah, it's like E-D-M-O-N-D-S-O-N. There's 2 guys named Trey. They're different guys. One's in Destin as a real estate lawyer. One's in Orlando as another kind of lawyer.
T-R-E-Y?
There's T-R-E.
Trey?
There's 2 Treys.
Okay, Trey, that's all you got, just first name?
First name. They're both Facebook friends with her.
Okay, one's
One's a real estate lawyer in Destin. And one's in... Actually, the other one I couldn't swear is a lawyer.
and another Trey, T-R-E.
Yeah.
And who's a what now?
I think he's in Orlando. I don't know his profession. I think he's probably a lawyer. Most of them
Okay.
are. There's a person I only know as a gastroenterologist, a GI doc in Miami that I believe she was seen in early July. He was at her house an awful lot right after the crime.
Here
No. I
At
mean
least they're all
Miami.
in different area codes.
in Miami, gastrointestinal
Yeah.
physician in Miami.
In Miami. And I never heard of him until July. All of a sudden, it made me a little suspicious. All of a sudden, he's around in July.
Whoa.
This happens, and he's around after the
Whoa.
crime, too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay.
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. Just,
Oh,
it's very obvious what
boy.
happened to her at conferences. So she went to the British American Project conference
Like, what kind of comfort? Never mind.
in London in the fall of 2014.
After the death.
2013, sorry, it was before the
Okay.
death. And There's a lot of rich, influential guys there. And she goes to the Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta. There's this very wealthy advertising executive and an assistant coach for the Cleveland Browns that she was hanging out with there. I know this sounds crazy. How could they be involved? But those are men that...
And she told you about the Coca-Cola guy?
Yeah.
She got a name?
Just no rich guy, advertising agency, Coca-Cola. But he's at this conference in, when was that conference? April of 2014. She attended that conference. There wasn't that many attendees. And pretty sure she had sex with him. I don't know if that means he killed anybody. And it's the strengths coach for the Browns. I think he's
Not the
Browns
strength coach for the
Coca-Cola scholar.
Browns.
He's on there.
The guy that's the Coca-Cola executive is also the strength coach?
No, it's called Coca-Cola Scholars. It's a program,
Okay.
a conference. So there's two guys there. And Wendy had talked to me about having sex with multiple guys on multiple days. So I don't think you can say, well, she was at the conference, she was with Mehul, so she didn't have sex with this guy, So she was bragging about that.
Okay, so I got Daniel, Mehul Patel, Miguel Edmondson, 2 Trays, a GI doc in Miami, and at a Coca-Cola conference, there was an executive and a strength coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, an advertising executive. It's actually from the biggest advertising agency in California or something like that. He's a really heavy hitter. He's a really wealthy man. The reason I mention that is you couldn't talk to Wendy for 10 minutes and not ever talk about her situation with Dan Markel. So I know one of the theories might be that someone took it upon themselves to do this and that I'm crazy and none of this is true. I don't believe that's true. I just want to give you every bit of information.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you.
I believe very strongly that she had something to do with it. There's too many coincidences here, and this is just the stuff where I felt like 100%.
There's a Scholars Banquet live stream for that Coca-Cola conference. Maybe not suitable for work.
I'm confident I can tell you this is true. I had a lot of impressions. There's a lot of other stuff I could babble about all day long.
Just so I'm clear, when she went to this Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta, she met not just 1 but 2 guys. Is that what you're saying?
She talked a lot about, Mehul was at that conference.
Okay.
Mehul used to send flowers to the house. I'm sure they had an arrangement of some sort. And she spent Christmas with him in 2013 as well.
What does he do?
He's a rich guy in New York.
Just a rich guy.
He's a banker, I think.
And this Sack, he was a professor, right?
He's a professor.
Which law?
No, he's English and humanities. I mean, none of these people pop out like, well, they're a killer, but I'd be shocked if Daniel Sack was involved.
Does Daniel Sack sound like a Sopranos character?
Daniel Sack never wanted to meet her kids, got nothing to do with her divorce or her family stuff. I can't imagine.
Danny
Well,
Sack
Miguel.
wanted nothing to do with her.
Miguel hated, I don't know if that's a guy how this. Miguel hated Danny. She showed me texts about how much Miguel hated Danny. Miguel and her dated right before me, his relationship preceding us. They only broke up because he moved to DC for his job and could not be here. And she often talked about the fact that she could be with Miguel if she lived in Miami.
What does Miguel do?
Works for ExxonMobil. He's a CPA.
CPA?
He's a heavy hitter in Exxon.
So Miguel Edmondson is a CPA for ExxonMobil,
Mm-hmm.
relocated to DC.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my handwriting is getting atrocious.
Yeah.
Will you do this all day long? And then you pick up one of these and it doesn't work good.
Yeah, it's old school.
Okay. Went to DC and hated Danny?
Hated Danny.
What did the text say?
I can't remember what it said, but I remember Wendy going, look how much, because I did not know that she was still seeing Miguel. I believe that she was. She had one weekend she went away and she let me stay at her house, which was foolish given the game she was running. Because like flowers and cards would come from other guys when I was at the house.
While you're there and she's gone?
Yeah. So a box of chocolates got them from Miguel, and I looked at the envelope and you could sort of see something about last weekend. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, jeez. So I think her relationship with Miguel was ongoing. I don't know to what degree. But she saw him in October of 2013. She went to D.C. and saw him. That's after we were dating. And I believe she met up with him a few other times. But she told me both Miguel and Miguel she was interested in being in a relationship with. But they could not live in Tallahassee. So that was one of the other motivations for wanting to get out of here.
But Miguel had been in Tallahassee?
Okay, but also, she got some game. Because if she's got like all these executives and lawyers and, you know, whatever in all the, like, you know, one in every county in Florida, whatever. And they're like sending her chocolates and flowers and cards and stuff like that. She got some game. So I'll give her that. I don't think I'll ever look at conferences the same, but she got some game.
Even in New Orleans, even close enough, they could kind of see each other on weekends.
How'd they meet?
Wendy's Milkshake
They
brings
met
all the
at
boys to the yard.
If you Google his name, the first thing that comes up, if you Google their names together, they both traveled Europe together in 2009. As Wendy and Miguel.
Okay, but calling them heavy hitters and then the whole slap thing, it's
Yeah, he hated Danny though.
But give me a specific, Jeff.
Yeah, Miguel went to Europe with Wendy as a group of like 10 professors. And he came to stay with Wendy when he came through Tallahassee, I guess. And he left early because he couldn't stand the way Danny talked to Wendy.
This is while they were married?
Yeah, this is 2010.
Okay.
I have always assumed the best of Wendy, that she was faithful to Danny, but Danny is described by her as very controlling and overbearing. I found like my experience is just trying to rein in his wife, who is not exactly the most moral person. That's my suspicion. But Miguel, poor Wendy, Miguel she came to stay for a week and left after day 2. He says, I can't handle this guy. And the text, one time she said, look, Miguel just texted me and because Danny did rile some stuff up and he was trying to text me. That thing where Jewish women have to get it's called a get.
Yeah.
Danny asked for one like in July, and it was about that she should say, look at this, we'll go Miguel. It was something like fuck Danny or just something like that. I hate that guy, something like that.
Okay. Back to, I'm curious about this episode where she vomits.
Me too.
Okay. She texted you that directly?
She called me.
She called you?
She called me and described it. Yeah.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember. It was not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
That Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about celebration dinner.
But I mean, you don't hear that firsthand. She
tells me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
Did he say, look what, I'm assuming he didn't say, you're welcome, sis?
Nothing like that, no.
No, but they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't, someone makes a remark, they vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table at a 5-star restaurant.
Okay.
Or at least a 4-star restaurant.
And she texted that?
She called me and told me that.
She called you?
Yeah, she did. We were still talking at that point.
Okay.
When I started dating that girl, that was it for us. We didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you started dating that girl?
It was a long story, but long story very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, probably not going to be able to continue this, but it's in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, yeah, you should introduce us sometime. And she sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendy with that when she's dealing with her murder.
Right.
And she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. So it was super,
Are you still with this woman?
No. And then Wendy calls her the next week and makes sure, I don't know if Wendy called her or what she did, but they have some mutual friends. This woman, since Shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive. When I texted Wendy, I said, hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please. And she didn't. Very aggressive.
Let me go check on something. You good on water?
I'm good, thank you.
Bring Jeff. I have questions too. Jeff putting away his spreadsheets. He's a talker. He's telling them everything.
Still trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if, I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it. At least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
Photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay. Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wanted
Oh, different handset?
Which is silly because you don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she?
Here's the thing. If I were this cop, I wouldn't be like, just taking notes. I'd be like, she did what? I'd be like pulling up the Facebooks like right there. I'd be like, I want to see this guy. I want to know what's happening. I want to pull up this conference. I want to see how this happens. I want to see where this happened and who that is. And I'd be asking for details. And I'd be like, which is probably why I'm not a good detective, because I would be more about like the gossip part of it than I would actually writing the notes. I'd be like, nuh-uh. But then I could go back and watch it after and make a spreadsheet, so it's fine.
She'd be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish lawyers, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so.
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendy plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendy. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought,
Classic Wendy.
She did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
You said something a minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot. I
Charlie getting shot.
Yeah, I thought she said something about, I thought you were telling me that Wendy was up here or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it.
Right.
He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off.
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, it was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious. I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really an atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson. She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would you be hanging on to anger? I mean, it's so... I can only think of one reason, to make the world make sense to you. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean...
How did she say it? How did he tell you? She said it.
He might have sent me a... Oh, here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight, I overheard Wendy saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Okay.
So that was the vibe. They split this town into 2 piles, I mean, it was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious, that's about all I've said.
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm having people stopping in my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance, it's just not the Adelsons in Miami, is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family, the vibe, you walk in the room and something's strange. I know that's all subjective, but it helps me to hear that, because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagary, I mean. And those names I give you, I mean, that's so you can have all the data I have. Wendy with Charlie. I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. Yeah. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Garrett.
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, honestly. Although I told a couple of people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So I to try to manage her, I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I gotta be honest with you, 2 possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce and drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? I said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into? Because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like. prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her? Or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. That was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendy was mostly upset about? And she told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that. Inside Edition will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson?
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendy?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendy in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendy.
No, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendy told me she was in the room.
Well, okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or
No,
not.
Jane was with her that day. And coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendy and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that?
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like if you, and she's a confidant of Wendy. See, Wendy has told many people that I stalked her, that I falsely accused her of cheating on me, that I'm this very mean person, all this kind of stuff. And she has friends that are professors in other departments. She's slandered me pretty bad. So I just haven't responded to any of that. But I go to conferences and get weird looks from people. Anyway, Jane is the one that I was so puzzled because I'm a pretty gentle guy. I was always a really good, father to those kids essentially. I didn't understand how anybody could think that, and I don't believe that Wendy could have possibly believed, like, why in the world would I go shoot Danny? Did I want to choke the shit out of her? Yes, but I would never touch a woman, and I've been in a fist
So
fight.
you said, you just got through saying what I want to choke the shit out of her.
Yeah, her, not Danny.
Right.
There was a few times where I took a time out. I teach anger management classes, you know? I would raise my voice to her that one time, because you couldn't, she would collapse.
Okay.
But Jane knows Wendy as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. But Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee, you're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know.
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
What they
that
wanted
she
to-
was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually.
No, that is what she said. But not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the
Yeah.
house. Then it was, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I could have went anywhere. So.
But it wasn't for her, and she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't go to the movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. They got stuck here. So.
And then all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida, and she made that quite clear to you.
It was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I heard that the FBI had maybe talked to her brothers. Oh, that's the other thing. Their brother Rob in North New York. He's I don't think he had anything to do with this, but something very weird about this family. There's some emails between us where when he visits the house, he doesn't even talk to the parents. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendy at one point told me that Dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, hair trigger. And then later I said, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in the line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI thing?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendy told you?
No, I think that's what Jay McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation's everywhere. You know?
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendy.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside, he's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, I mean, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, does anyone consider maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
You know what autism is?
Autism?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. The dad and the brother Rob have this reputation of being like that. They everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people.
Okay.
She learned that somewhere. You know, pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but Dad's polite. Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that Father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a life. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. Mm. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendy could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put you said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendy was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary, you know who Gary is? Gary is a lawyer he's the one that offered Wendy the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job. And I wondered about him too. It's not sexual, it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary.
I don't know his last name.
Where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and their emails. I mean, she sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids?" I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids. Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said that, you know. So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document, and at this point I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendy Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon, you know. It was interesting because she thought, like, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like, this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this. And
I gotta take Lucy out for a sidebar. I'll be right back. I'll leave Jeff and all of his uncomfortableness with y'all. I'll be right back.
There's no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could, I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she'd pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smart way. I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses, you know.
Okay. Well, I get I understand that, you know, that You never heard Charlie say anything derogatory about Danny?
Oh, are you kidding me? Yes. Yes.
Did you hear him say anything in a threatening manner?
No. Well, I myself said I'd like to kill Danny Markel. I told you guys that because Wendy told me he was saying it. I don't want to make it up. In that hot tub, this is what this family talks about. In that hot tub, I don't remember. He definitely, in that hot tub, half the conversation was about what an asshole Danny Markel is. He was very heated up about it. He's a very intense guy. It was a little different than when I would say it, you know, Bandito's burrito. I was like, someone should kill that guy. I was so sick of his shit. Really, it was Wendy's shit. I was manipulated. The brother, I mean, they were married 9 years. They have 10 years worth of the bullshit to be upset about. And the rant and rave about how he handled the wedding.
How he handled the wedding?
You know, kosher versus not. Remember when he did that at the wedding? What a jerk. I mean, it's like their hobby. It's bizarre.
And I didn't have that written down. When was the hot tub conversation? That was that right after the March 12th?
Yeah, it would have been like March 17th or 18th. It would have been the Sunday at the end of spring break last year. But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and that put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendy or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategize it. He's figuring out how to make it work for him, but he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendy. He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendy and the kids.
Islam?
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
They're atheistic Jews, you know, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Okay. Immediately after the homicide, you came back. I know I'm with that, and then you reached out to Wendy, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend, acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 in the morning. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real, she wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, she was, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, she just, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you, right. I believe. And I don't know. That was really strange not to, all my friends were texting with her. And she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. One of my concerns, tell me if I'm paranoid, is Wendy's no dummy. She knows I know all this stuff. Now, she may not remember everything she ever said, but if there's one person, what she told me at one point was, no one knows me better than you. I said, who have you been intimate with in your life? What people have gotten to know you? Because she's a very superficial person. She said, 2 people have ever got to know the real me, you and Danny Markel. So it's been kind of anxiety provoking to get what happened to him. But in that conversation, there was a lot of lying.
Okay.
And I thought that was, it wasn't like my feelings were hurt. If she said someone get killed, if she was literally a victim, I would just say, take as much time as you need. I don't care. But there was something weird.
Okay. Let me see if this picture's available or not.
Okay.
It may be off.
Who is he talking to? Talking to himself again? Y'all, it is so pretty outside. Like, it is so pretty outside. Oh, I want to be on the beach so bad right now. Yeah, they're expected to finish jury selection in the morning and then start openings tomorrow afternoon. I'm like staring out the window. Jeff popping pills.
Obviously, if there's something else, you know, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
Wendy was advancing her withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than is safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off the med completely on July 14th.
Well, that's the. We determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000. But she doesn't tell you till later on.
I just said, how are the meds? And she goes, oh, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was my first day off. So she's off of them completely on that day.
Okay, so.
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, it's.
But she's telling you this when?
In August.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey?
I don't know. I just know that it's supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing it.
Okay.
I was like, where is that coming from?
They still have to bring it up too.
If I think of anything, I'll get back. I just had two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media or journalists are poking around and looking at this case. And I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
And that's what we're seeing.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, you at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, let's say it goes from here to arrest to prosecution, and for some reason, you know, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right, but as far as anything prior to, you know, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was you know, leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay?
I got
Does
you.
that make sense your mind at ease?
Well, mostly. The other question is, I was foolish enough to trade emails with investigator Hale. Now, those,
think it was his ringtone.
Those are public information, are they not?
They would be considered public information, but they'd have to be, someone would have to request them, and, you know, for that, it would be something specific they would have to request.
I just saw the ones that leaked from Jameis Winston and went, oh crap, is this going to happen to me? Am I going to be, you know what I mean? Because Hollis and I talk about her allegations of stalking in his emails, and I'm like, oh great, so.
I would not worry about it. I mean, I don't see a concern there. I don't know exactly what you and Hale.
I just sent that email that you showed me, and my header to it was, does this sound like someone who's being stalked? This isn't trying to work this out with you, maybe, or maybe not, but there's no mention of that.
So I mean, I look at that as you were showing a defense for why you would not be.
No, one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
Well, that's true.
What I've basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th.
Yeah, give you a thumbs up, and then I knew it was going to happen. There's something weird about that day, so I don't think she's right. She's not skilled to orchestrate it, but Charlie did. So that's correct, and
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday, an hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email, she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, are you still in town on Friday?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
And you said, I don't know, it's still up in the air, but she did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. Like the next day, I see Jane McPherson at work, and maybe, you know, there's all kinds of possibilities how she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I'm I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they only came to town. Any advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media? Because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to investigator Eisen.
Okay.
How simple is that?
That's easy.
Okay. Yeah, you know, don't, you don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. You don't, there's nothing that, yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects, that's how they do it, you know, they show.
I watched Dateline enough.
That would be, I don't think they're gonna do that. There'd be a lot of, that could be liable, a lot. I mean, I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you shouldn't have to worry about that, but if anybody approaches you, I've been in contact with the Tallahassee Police Department. If you feel like it's necessary to put a specific name, throw my name out.
Okay. It's a pretty juicy story, you can imagine that.
Oh, no, I realize that.
It's a great story.
Oh, believe me, there is a lot of extra crap around this whole thing that is really not making my job any easier.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, as I've had to express to other people, my only concern is finding out who and why this happened. That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
They can talk about that in Hollywood for the next century, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my only concern, who and why this happened. The two things I wanted to get before you left was the girl, you mentioned her name, the one that y'all are friends with. I tried to write it down. But
Fran Gamori?
yes.
Yeah.
Frana?
It's Fran, F-R-A-N. It's actually Francine Gamori.
Scene.
C-I-N-E.
Gamore?
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
That's Gamore.
She's no
G-O-M.
G-O-M-O-R-Y.
Okay.
And she's actually my mentor's wife. She works with me. She's known Wendy since they got here in the Jewish community. She's been down to visit the house a few times since the crime, and when she hung out with Wendy when Wendy visited Tallahassee. And I remember, you know, the Grossmans. That's where Wendy stayed when
Right.
she was here, was with Al and Wynn.
Okay, so what, you have a number for Francine?
Sure I do.
I'm not gonna, we're gonna skip the number.
269. She's the one that you said went to South Florida, but you also said it was basically gave you some information about what she talked to.
Wendy was talking through her for a long time after the crime. So
Okay.
she's exchanged many texts with, Fran guided her through the whole divorce. Fran knew Danny. Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, we're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something. We all are, you know.
So Francine
All right.
Fran, go.
Close down
Fran
session, though, just
would,
would.
This is about over anyway. There's like 4 minutes left.
Before we bring in the prospective jurors,
Go ahead.
my old office manager contacted me last week or the week before saying that she thinks that she thought she had received the summons. When we got the jury list last week, she was not on it, so I didn't raise it. Although I previously said something to the state. She's number 86. Or 186, yes.
Ms. Kappelman, concerning this, do you still wish to inspect the prospective juror?
No, sir, hoping we don't go that far, but I'm fine with excusing her right off the bat, if you like.
And this is number 186, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. She worked for me for over a decade. My kids refer to her as Aunt Allie. So I don't suspect that the state would end up choosing her anyways.
Well, please let them know downstairs 186 is excused from further consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, if we're ready to bring them upstairs, let's move forward.
That's Gamore. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? How did you like Jeff? He said his former office manager is in the jury pool, so office manager's out. Love Jeff and the details. He's giving all the details. All the details. All the tea. All of it. I don't think they're going to be going very much longer because the judge
We'll start
wanted
again with one. Yeah.
the judge wanted 100 to 110 jurors, and I think they're at 97. So I don't think they'll be going very much longer. Jeff had notes. Jeff had spreadsheets. Jeff had tea. He's the same judge that we had for Charlie. Jeff gave a whole dissertation on Wendy. She's like you know how like we all have that one like super toxic ex that once you break up and you realize like look back and realize like how toxic it actually was. Like you just talk about things that happened and it sounds like completely bizarre to everybody else, but it's just like you were there and you like lived it and it's just, you know.
Yeah.
That's Wendy for Jeff.
No.
You missed that from it.
Mighty after the air.
I don't even know.
Yes, thank you.
That huge red flag, you were like, it's fine. It's like a circus. I see flags.
I make sure my radio is, okay. Yep. Alright.
Here, I'll give you beach cam again until they come back. This is how pretty it is out there today. Look at this. Look at how pretty it is today. The water is so turquoise right now. And it's sunny. I should be right here. I know I've been here for 4 days and have not been able to really be out there yet. I have gone for walks in the morning and then sunset, except for yesterday. Yesterday I was stuck at my computer almost all day. From like 5:30 in the morning till 1 a.m. But other than that, I've gone for walks. It's so pretty. I'm planning my cruise for October, November. I can't wait. I love cruises. We're going on one for my birthday this year, for my birthday and Christmas. Hello, Mary. Hello, hello.
Right here, ma'am. Yeah, so, it's okay. Come straight up here.
Want to break anybody?
No, you are just fine. Thank you for being here. All the way down here, please. 52, 53. Good afternoon. Right here, 54. Right here.
You hear that? I have no idea.
You guys can be sweet. I'm telling you. Right here.
She said we could sit down. Thanks.
There's a ramp right here. There's a ramp right here. Yes, ma'am.
No honeymoon yet. We're not going to take our actual honeymoon. My honeymoon was the Karen retrial. We're not going to take a honeymoon until we do our like actual wedding, which will be on our 1 year anniversary.
You want me to end? Okay. Yes, ma'am. If you got, yes. Yes, ma'am. I will remember that you're 56, but we're just going to put you on the end. Yes, ma'am. Yes, and then so. Yes, ma'am, right over there. And just, yes.
Yep, they're bringing back all of the jurors that they're putting through to the through the preliminary thing. They're bringing them all back tomorrow, and then they're supposed to choose them tomorrow morning, and then start opening statements tomorrow afternoon.
56 is on the end.
Yeah, my honeymoon was the Karen retrial. We got married right before the Karen retrial, but we didn't do like our whole wedding and stuff. We just did like just a couple people there with us. But we're doing like our actual wedding next year. So yeah. Got married and then got in the trial and didn't see him for a few months. Take your time, guys. We'll just wait right here. Oh my goodness, it does look like Reese Witherspoon's mom in Sweet Home Alabama. She makes the best jam in 3 counties. Watching that movie makes me want fried pickles. Of course, I always want fried pickles, let's be honest. You have a baby in a bar. The dogs' names are Bear and Bryant.
Everyone can be seated.
You've never had fried pickles? I love fried pickles. They're so good. You have to eat them with ranch dressing.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Oh, that will not do at all. Let's start again. Good afternoon to all of our prospective jurors that have answered the call to serve. Thank you.
Look
Much
at that
better.
enthusiasm.
I'm Stephen Everett, one of your circuit judges here in the Felony Criminal Division for Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process that I will be reading to you. It's not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation with the members of our prospective jurors as a panel as a whole, but rather the instruction on the law that you're to receive during this process must be uniform and it must be specific according to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the record, I'm noting that Mrs. Adelson is present in the courtroom with her attorneys. The first thing I'm going to do this afternoon is to confirm the information that took place downstairs during the qualifying. Tricia, who performed the qualifying this afternoon?
Judge Riggins.
All right. I believe you earlier spoke with Judge Riggins. You all remember Judge Riggins, correct?
Yes.
All right. The information that you went over with Judge Riggins, I'm just going to confirm to make sure that everyone is eligible to serve. And also as well, no one needs to be excused at this point for statutory reasons. Please raise your hands by answering yes to the following questions. Are you at least 18 years of age or older?
Older.
Every hand should be raised unless you're 17. Please raise those hands again, keep them up so I can actually see them. For the record, the prospective jurors have answered yes to the question. Are you citizens of the United States of America? The record, the prospective jurors have raised their hands and response is yes. Are you residents of Leon County, Florida? Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands yes. Do you possess driver's licenses or identification cards that were issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Once again, the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. If your answer is also yes to any of the following questions, please raise your hands as well. Has anyone ever been convicted in any state or federal court of any felony crime or a crime of dishonesty, and you have not had your civil rights restored? None of the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative to that question. Is anyone at the present time under any prosecution for any crime in either a state or a federal court? None of the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. The next set of questions that I'm going to go through with you are bases for which someone can be excused from jury selection based on their status. If your answer is yes to any of the following questions, please raise your hand. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone an expecting mother or parent responsible for the full-time care of a child that is under 6 years of age? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone 70 years of age or older?
Close.
No hands have been raised in response. Has anyone performed state jury service within the past calendar year? And I'm referring to August 20th, 2024 to the present. No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being present here is creating a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 years of age who is attending high school, any state university, private post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? No hands have been raised in response. And finally, the last question. Has anyone given birth within the 6 months before the reported date on your summons, which would be today? No hands have been raised in response. The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is discuss what you may know about this case. This case has received publicity, and there also was a related case that took place about 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you don't need to know what others may know concerning this case. However, before we start the questioning, I need to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, co-workers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you've been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been picked and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You also must warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or about this case. This would include face-to-face phone and computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including emails and text messages, about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused. Avoid the newspaper and television broadcast, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18th, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markel was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markel's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markel. She has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also now read to you from the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant. Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18th, 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markel, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markel. This is contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois and or other persons to commit first-degree murder contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanois, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markel, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment that I have just read to you are not evidence, nor are they to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the statement or the fact that an indictment has been filed in this matter. It is merely informing you of the accusations that have been made by the state against the defendant. We are now going to talk to each of you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused at this point in the jury selection process. Others will be told when to return tomorrow. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us what we need to know. These are the basic questions that you will be asked, or some variation thereof. What do you know about this case?
So much.
What sources have you obtained this knowledge from?
Me.
Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence?
Yes.
Can you set aside your present knowledge, disregard it, and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom?
Probably not.
Can you be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for up to 3 weeks?
Because I'm going to be live right here.
It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and you are prepared to give a prompt answer when we call you back. We are also going to discuss with you individually the time period that is involved with this trial. We expect the jury selection process to last until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to begin on Thursday and to continue for the next 2 weeks. In all total, we expect that these proceedings from today will take up to 3 weeks. We understand that that is a burden for anyone to serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we
different
do
group.
have to call on our citizens to make serious sacrifices. Jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called upon again to serve in a trial of this nature or this length. However, I understand for some of you that serving in this case may not be possible. To give you a little more information about what serving as a juror in this case will involve, you will not be sequestered during the trial itself, meaning you are going to be able to return home each day and return the next. For the most part, we are expecting to work a regular business day, but on occasion it may be necessary to work longer based on the witness schedules. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule over the course of the trial. So please give some thought to whether you have a major problem, including a physical issue, that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention and performing your duties as a juror if you are, in fact, selected. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we can. The bailiffs, the clerks, and court administration will be assisting here in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiffs or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you are waiting or anywhere else until you have been excused. Do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you have been excused. Also, while you are waiting to speak with me and the attorneys, you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. You may read your phones. You may read the reading material that has been provided in the form of magazines, but you are not to speak with each other or discuss any matters concerning the case. If the parties can join me in the juror room, we will begin the process.
That's it. Old Donna Adelson. That's it. All right, so they are going to be back there in that room asking, that was the second group, so they're going to be asking the same questions that he just asked and going through them and weeding out who's coming back tomorrow and who's not.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning, we will be back here live again, going through all of this. Tomorrow is the part where we actually, as long as it's the same as it was last year, where we actually get to hear on camera, hear them asking some of the questions. So that will be nice instead of us just staring at only seal or only corner. So that's tomorrow morning. And then they're expecting to pick the final jurors from that group tomorrow morning, and then starting opening statement tomorrow afternoon. It's gonna happen. We're getting there. But now we're not gonna be able to hear any of this. So we're gonna call it a day here, because I've still got a couple of the things that I need to get done this afternoon so that we can be back and ready to roll in the morning. Are we excited? I think we are. I think we are. All right, y'all. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so on your way out. And rest up, jurors, because tomorrow...
52.
Tomorrow, it all gets going. It all gets going. I'm excited. All right, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will see you here bright and early in the morning. and we will do some fun polls tomorrow and see what all we can find out about what they're looking for in the jurors and what they're saying and what they're asking and what they're doing. And we'll have feet finders and we'll look at their shoes and it'll be a whole thing. We'll have fun. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will see you all bright and early in the morning for Donna's trial.